You'd only call me up in the middle of the night. I thought you understood the one condition, that you were only somebody on the side. So why you acting like we're something different? Just cause I found it with another guy. I don't need you here, got nothing that I ever could want. There's no reason and no argument at the point. I would talk it out, I laid it down, I put it up front. Now you're acting like I never made it clear what I want. Why you wanna get something to me, boy? When you had it before you had the choice. Why you wanna get closer to me now? I don't wanna have you to hold me down. You say I can make you feel good. 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 Better than he could. You know I didn't wanna act like this, but I didn't think that you would come by mine. You know we never had it so consistent. You'd only call me up in the middle of the night. I thought you understood the one condition, that you were only somebody on the side. So why you acting like we're something different? Just cause I found it with another guy. You don't understand, got other plans to get what you want. There's no compromise, no reason why I'm sharing my love. Cause I found someone who lays it down and puts it up front. Why you telling me you did the same just cause you want some? Why you wanna give something to me, boy? When you had it before you had the choice. Why you wanna get closer to me now? I don't wanna have you to hold me down. You say I can make you feel good. 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 Better than he could. Make you feel
A very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Wherever you are in the world, thank you so much for pressing play on another episode of TFBS. This is number 339. Now, most importantly, I hope I find you well. I hope the month of December has been treating you well. Wishing you all a next week, best week, soon to be next year, best year. And just for the newcomers, if you've never heard that before, that just means that if this week or this year isn't going your way, next week, next month, next year has the potential to be the best one yet. So sometimes we just have to have hope, keep pushing, keep going forward, and trust the process, and everything will be okay. So we start off the show with Diju, say what's on your mind, and then long-time TFBS favorite Clara Lasan with Feel Good from her brand new album, Good Morning. And this in the background is What Not, or Woot Not, should I say. WOOTNOOT, track is called Main Theme. This kind of reminds me of Christmas in the City, which I thought would be kind of perfect for right about now. So as always, we have a wonderful show lined up for you. Whatever you're doing, thank you for pressing play and having the show for company and myself, of course. I'm going to get back to the controls and let you enjoy this wonderful piece of music, and I will check in with you real soon. Thank you for being here.
GM. What's up, guys? Bram, welcome. GM Hester, GM Philip, GM Bob, GM Mark, GM Lol, Samir. What's up, everyone? Hello from Dublin, Ireland. GM. Bob was just there recently. Georgie, long time no see. GM, everyone. GM. See. Lots of PPC hubbers here. Hala Madrid. You know it, man. Besir. Hello, Erum. Long time no see. Shaheen. There's Alfred as well. Boom. Perfectly on time. GM from Hamburg. Well, that actually leads me to the first slide, because I see a lot of you are already dropping it in. Where are you calling in from, guys? Let us know so we can also see. And let me know if you can hear me all right, by the way. Welcome, Alfred. Hungary, Bali, Greece. Now, of course, Philippines, India, Sri Lanka, Hengelo, Norway, Barca. There we go, guys. South Africa, Taipei. Yeah, man. Spain. Bob and Alfred, you guys can hear me, right?
Yeah, properly.
Yeah, okay.
Nice. Friesland, Hester, yeah. Represent. Ukraine, shout out. Helmond, Lebanon, Prague. Guys, we are all over again. All over again. All right. Well, let's get started. I have actually a question for you guys. I know there's a lot of AI content around all the time, and sometimes I see people on LinkedIn that are being a little bit fed up about, another session about AI. So just let me know in the chat, type A, B, or C. How do you currently feel about AI? A is optimistic, B is bored, or C is concerned. Just let me know. Just curious to see what the vibe is at the moment. Okay. I see lots of A's, a few C's, a little bit concerns here and there, bored, some people, not as many. I see a lot of optimistic. That's good. That's nice. Hopefully after today's session, you will be either more optimistic or you go a little bit from the other ones to too optimistic. So welcome, everyone. Let's just kick it off. It's 10:02. So I want to thank you all for coming out this morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are. Today, we're going to have a really cool session that I'm super, super excited about. And without any further ado, let me just dive in. So if you guys don't know who I am, my name is Miles McNair. I co-founded PPC Mastery and the PPC Hub together with Bob, who you also see here on the screen. And of course, also the PPC Summit, our yearly event, first one we did last year in Copenhagen, and we're going to do it again this year in Lisbon. And we have just throughout the years helped thousands of Google Ads specialists. It's crazy to say. Just stay on top of all the latest developments in the industry, giving them the tactics, strategies that work, etc. And today's session is actually created because the PPC Hub turns 3 in June, and in recent years we have done a sort of a birthday bash workshop to celebrate the anniversary of the PPC Hub, and we also almost hit our 2500th member, which is just insane. And it's so crazy to look back at all the cool meetups, the results from people, the companies and agencies and freelancers that we have been able to help. So yeah, super grateful for the journey, and thank you all so much for either being with us in the PPC Hub. I see a lot of PPC Hub members in the chat, although it's not always easy to see the names right now. But super grateful for you guys. If you are in the PPC Hub, by the way, throughout this session, we're going to have lots of time to ask and answer questions, Q&As at the end as well. If you are in the PPC Hub, you're going to get prio on the questions. So if you look in the share anything space in the channel right now, there's a post where you can just drop your question. And then when we do the Q&A, I will prioritize some of the questions from the PPC Hub, because in the YouTube chat, it's not always easy to filter out the PPC Hub members. So you can ask your questions in that post in the share anything space, and then we'll make sure to answer it. If we do not answer it live now, we'll also answer afterwards in the PPC Hub. So what we're going to do today, guys, we have a stacked program, and it's a little bit different from what we usually do in these workshops. We have a morning program from 10 to 12-ish, and we have an afternoon program from 1 to 3-ish. And in between, we have an hour break, which we're going to have a little bit of a lunch, coffee if you want. And we're going to start in this session with myself, Bob, and Alfred to help you, get ahead of this new shift. We are in the agentic era, as Google called it at Google Marketing Live, but it's actually true. And we're going to help you navigate this shift by becoming an AI first Google Ads specialist, which requires a new tool stack, operating system, a new mindset, etc. So that's what we're going to dive into in this morning. And then in the afternoon, I'm going to talk to 2 PPC Hub members who have already made the shift. So that's going to be fun as well, because in this morning session, it's just going to be like a workshop in the way that you're used from us. But then in the afternoon, I'm going to talk to people who have already gone through the shift of the things that we're talking about in this session. And it's going to give you lots of inspiration on, just what are real specialists doing outside of ourselves to, become more productive, do more with less, and stay ahead in this agentic era. So my big goal for you today is to show you how to win in the agentic era, so that you leave ready to try AI agents, or if you are already using them, make more out of them, make more out of your current setup as it is. So we have some special guests as well in the afternoon. As I said, I'm going to be talking to Louis Bogdan and Ramial Aqeel, both Google Ads specialists in the PPC Hub. And we have Alfred here, who's on the screen as well. For those of you who are not familiar with Alfred, he is AI architect, both at AdWise and his own projects. And he is sort of the AI mastermind behind our new PPC OS system, which we're going to be talking all about in this workshop. Alfred has really helped us to take our own knowledge base and make it AI ready. And it's really insane, but we'll get to that later. So Bob and Alfred, I'm going to just take you off the screen now. And once it's your part, I'm going to pull you back in. But you're still part of the stage, but we just cannot see you and we cannot hear you. But I'll let you know when we need you again. So guys, let's just dive in. And I want to start by saying what this session is not about, because there's a lot of empty promises in the industry right now about AI agents, and just empty promises around what it will do for your results. Or you've all seen the AI has replaced my entire team stuff that you see all the time on LinkedIn. And last year, the first companies like Duolingo, but also other companies, had started to transition into sort of what they back then called being AI first, which meant they fired a lot of their people and replaced them with AI. But it really backfired for a lot of companies. Like, for example, Klarna, you can see here. This was a source that said that five companies that replaced workers with AI which backfired spectacularly, like Klarna, for example, who wanted to replace their customer support division with AI, but it went totally wrong. They really lacked that nuance in terms of being helped by a real human. McDonald's tried to do a sort of an AI drive-through, but orders could not be taken at all times or customized. You saw it with DPD, delivery service, where chatbots allegedly started swearing at customers. And I've also noticed it myself. Whenever I'm calling with customer support from a company and it's AI, then it's like really bad experience. And I often get caught in a loop where it starts over once it doesn't know the answer. And then it's like so annoying. So this whole thing like, oh, AI will replace the whole workforce. It is true to a certain extent that AI is obviously making us all more efficient and more effective. But it doesn't mean that entire teams will just get replaced by a bunch of N8N workflows or Claude Code skills. It's not that easy. And we're starting to see reports from the companies who have tried that and have failed miserably. Now, real quick, I see people asking, is this going to be recorded? Yes, recordings are live, are going to be shared after this as well. So this is also not going to be about fear-mongering about the whole thing, AI will take your job. But I have to be honest, and there is an element to that is kind of true. I don't think AI will take your job necessarily. But as you will see throughout this session, we're going to discuss what happens if you do not adapt to these new developments, and what could potentially happen when other people do make the shift. So today, what I want to do is just give you a realistic take on how to succeed in this new era of Google Ads and marketing in general, by giving sort of the bigger picture and then diving into the specifics of how to get started with, for example, AI agents, Claude Code, all that stuff. All right, so I used to be pretty skeptical about AI until this year. And I'm going to give you a little bit of a background on my personal journey and personal way of how I look at AI and AI agents. And I've really seen the industry change a lot. And I used to consider AI as a shiny object. And if you have followed me for a while, then you know that I often talk about how shiny object syndrome is seriously in the way of making progress, which basically means that you're constantly attracted to different things that sound nice and look shiny, but they're actually a distraction from doing the thing that will actually matter in terms of driving results and doing our work. But this year, there was a big shift for me, which I'm gonna dive into now. And I don't consider AI a shiny object anymore, especially not AI agents. It is actually something that is a serious performance enhancer and should be used by everyone. So in November 2022, ChatGPT was released. It's just so crazy to think that this is actually such a short time, because back then ChatGPT was, well, super basic, but already like crazy technology. Everyone could see like, oh wow, there's this infinite knowledge available to me right now. But it felt like a fun toy to play with, and it was as new and interesting, but not groundbreaking yet. And so my sentiment was, okay, this is nice, but I think it's still a little bit of a shiny object. So in February 2023, in our Google Ads Masterclass, we were starting to talk a little bit about some of the use cases with ChatGPT back then, like creating RSAs, of course, doing research, creating video ad scripts. But it didn't really go much deeper than that, for me, at least, personally. Then a year later, in June 2024, we did the first PPC Hub AI week, because I did see that, okay, it's starting to become bigger and bigger, but I don't really know too much about it yet. So we invited 3 experts, Alex van der Pol, Lars Maat, and Mike Rhodes, to do sessions in the PPC Hub. And they showed how AI had gotten seriously better. And I remember that Mike said that the only constraint is your imagination. But it was not there, like it was not super good yet, but you could see like, ooh, maybe a few more years, and then we're gonna see. We might, I might change my mind on whether it is a shiny object or not. So my sentiment at that time was, this is definitely something that I need to experiment more with, but I'm not 100% fully convinced yet. Until last year in June 2025, for our second birthday bash, we did the PPC Hub AI month again, and you could really see the advancements starting to become really noticeable. So we had presentations from Alfred, who's here today as well, Kuda, another member, Mike Rhodes came back again, and this time it wasn't about, oh, AI is going to be so good, and this is the worst it will ever be. But we started seeing non-technical members were actually starting to build out their own tools without any knowledge of coding, that they were using themselves or selling externally, but mostly using them themselves. So I started to become more intrigued, and we started to build, custom GPTs, Gemini, gems, those things for our members to use. And that was already the first step towards really good automation, but it falls completely away compared to what we have right now with what you can do right now with agents. So earlier this year, I sat on a call with Bob and Alfred, and I remember that this was my holy shit moment. They basically showed me. You can see it in our faces as well. Alfred is presenting here. You can see like, okay, this is crazy. He was showing us how he took Bob's knowledge base that we had developed about from our courses, our tactics, well, everything we know about Google Ads, and he made it into a skill that an agent could use in Claude Code. So it did a quality score analysis, competitor research, and it did it completely on its own with one command, just one assignment for the agent, which is called a command. And my mind was blown. I still really can't put it into words how insane it is that you have a technology that is actually doing something for you exactly following the steps you have laid out for it, and also while doing it, solving its own issues that it's encountering along the way. It's just like my mind was so blown, and this year I really made it my mission to help as many people as I can and as we can with PPC Mastery, PPC Hub, to also feel that. And I think this is the most exciting time of my career for sure, but I think for a lot of people who have already made that shift and started using the technology that is available now. So I had a meetup in Sydney. I was in Australia this year. I had a meetup in Sydney, and I really felt this when I was talking to the people there, a little bit of an uncertain sentiment around the impact of AI on our industry and the future of our work. So I saw a lot of fear about AI, uncertainty about whether we will even have a job moving forward in the future. A lot of people were overwhelmed from the content on LinkedIn from people who seem to have it all figured out. And some of them actually told me that they completely stopped logging into LinkedIn because of this, because I always felt like, I'm behind. And I heard people were starting to build their exit plans just in case that the industry is so simplified in 2-3 years that we will not have a job anymore. So these were all super great high-level specialists. But the sentiment there that I could feel, it was just uncertainty. Then we started doing AI Agent Challenge in the PPC Hub in March, and we helped our members set up their own agent systems, and we built PPC OS, which is our own operating system that you can use with, for example, Claude Code, to just not only automate execution but also strategize and do a lot of the manual labor for you. And since then, we've noticed that there was a shift in the sentiment, because last week on Friday we had a barbecue at Bob's place, which was awesome. And I noticed when I was talking to the people there, and this was a barbecue for members of the PPC Hub, I noticed a different sentiment than the one in Sydney a couple months back. And this time, instead of uncertainty, I really felt this excited and empowered sentiment among the people. And literal quotes that I heard from people is like, oh, I feel like I have superpowers. I hired more premium clients because of this. This technology is insane. I can do so much more. And so this sentiment change is also something that I have experienced. And I think this is something that everyone will experience once you actually start using the technology and using AI agents, because it is just absolutely mind-blowing. So now PPC Hub AI Month 3.0, which we are kicking off right now with this session. We're doing more sessions in the PPC Hub later this month on how people are actually using AI agents to improve results and productivity. But it is, I think the sentiment this year when we are going to be doing these sessions, I think it's going to be, the conversations are at a totally different level now already. So this was kind of my own journey through going from, okay, this was a shiny object at first, but I am interested, I am curious. But now I feel like this technology should be used by everyone. And if you're not using it yet, then you are just working suboptimally. Like, I'm not trying to fearmonger here or anything, or give you the feeling that you're behind, but it is, you can do so much more than you can, than you currently are, if you use this technology. So what we are going to do today's focus is to help you understand how to win in this new agentic era, by becoming an AI first Google Ads specialist who runs an army of AI agents on a custom operating system that executes and strategizes for you so you can grow businesses and not just ad accounts. And this requires a new mindset, a new skill set, and a new tool stack. And today we will cover all three, including you're going to be also hearing from members who have already done this, which is going to be super inspiring for sure. So a quote that you will hear all the time when you're actually doing this, and I saw it again yesterday. Alfred sent a message to us, like he said, "Oh boys, we are in such a rabbit hole again." And I think this captures it really perfectly. Like, it's such a deep rabbit hole, but it's so much fun to explore every single day and get your mind blown each and every day. So I think there's a big opportunity ahead of us now for the next 18 to 24 months. And this is based on the innovation adoption life cycle, which basically states that there's always a life cycle that people go through when they are adopting new technology that's coming out. So I think we are still super early with AI agents, especially if you look at what people are using in terms of their AI stack. I think if you are using AI agents now and building your own system in Cloud Code, for example, then we are in such a bubble together. I should have brought that visual where you can see like the impact of how many people are using this compared to the whole world. But it is such a bubble, and we have just left the innovators stage, where some people, like for example, an Alfred, who is really like one of the innovators in with this technology, are kind of leading the way in terms of how it should be used. And now we are starting to see early adopters using the technology. And as we progress, we're going to see more and more and more people start to use this over the next 1.5 to 2 years. And in that window, in the next 18 to 24 months, if you master these tools, if you start using these tools, you will get superpowers to the point that you can do so much more than people who are not using it yet, opening yourself up to way more opportunities in this period of time when others are not using it yet. So I think a new kind of Google Ads specialist is emerging. It is an AI first Google Ads specialist who uses AI throughout everything, but also understand that you're still you cannot rely fully on AI, but it is a specialist who uses AI and AI agents across everything they do to, well, not only save time but also go deeper. So we're gonna unpack all of that in this session today. But here's why I think AI first Google Ads specialists win in general. And this is super conservative. They can reclaim 15 to 24 hours a week from manual execution at least. They can execute with AI agents, so they can solve business problems that drive real growth and not just grow ad accounts, but real businesses. They can take on more accounts because you're reclaiming so much time. You can go way deeper on existing projects or accounts, or you can use that extra time to take on more clients, which we have examples from in the PPC hub. Like, for example, Geert, who is known for having 100 plus small clients, which he can serve because he's using these AI agents. Or you can use that time to just go way deeper on existing clients and helping them solve their real business problems. You can build repeatable systems that compound over time, so you can get more done with the limited time that you have available to you. And as a result, you become more valuable in the market, and you can charge for outcomes instead of hours, which is also relevant if you work in a team, in-house, or at an agency. You can really increase your value in your company. Not only if you're working directly with clients, you can obviously, like, if you become more valuable, you can increase your rates. But also if you work in-house or at an agency, your value to the company increases. So you can also take more, well, whatever it is in your case, on your plate internally and get rewarded for that. The office here is really heating up, so I'm just going to take off my sweater 1 sec. All right. So I think AI first A players are going to take all the opportunities, and that's what I meant with this 18 to 24 month window. I think the A players who are going to become AI first in terms of how they think and operate, I think they are going to be taking more of the opportunities because they can do more with limited resources, with limited time. They can either take on more clients, so there's going to be more pressure on the marketplace because people are going to be doing more outreach, the good ones. But also they can go deeper, and so they can either make themselves more valuable to the clients that they're serving already, opening themselves up to more opportunities in that regard. And what I mean with going deeper is, for example, you automate your execution to a certain degree so that you can focus on creative, data input, CRO, positioning, offers, landing pages, all the things that really take a business forward. Those are the opportunities you can now take to yourself. But I have to say that it's not all sunshine and rainbows, obviously. There's also some serious fears and traps of using AI and AI agents. Like, what if the output is bad? What if the agents will make costly mistakes? Will it just lead to uniformity everywhere? Meaning, is everything going to look the same, like AI slop? Will AI agents make all the years learning and mastering Google Ads suddenly worth less? Will you be replaced by AI and AI agents? Are you going to have to look for a career path? These are all justified fears and traps. And you have to understand that AI agents are not a cheat code, and you still need to be on top of your A game. This does not replace the need to develop your skills and your own knowledge. That's what a lot of people think, actually. They think, okay, I have this system now and I can stop developing my own knowledge and my own skills. But then ultimately it's going to catch up with you, and you're going to notice that, when the agents and AI make those costly mistakes, who's going to course correct? Who's going to change the direction? So you still need to be on your A game, and using AI in this way and AI agents will only amplify what is already there. So if you are good, you're going to get good results from it. But if you're low level, then your results are going to be even lower, because you still need a driver's license to drive a self-driving Tesla. And it's kind of the same with using AI agents. So ultimately, I think experts with AI will drive better results faster, and noobs with AI will just ship more slop faster. And we've seen all this slop on LinkedIn. LinkedIn is full of slop, like low quality outputs. And this is not even talking about like the whole Google Ads work. We're going to see a lot of degrading happening in accounts as well, because a fool with a tool is still a fool. So again, AI does not replace the need to develop yourself. If you're in the PPC hub, now I'm just talking directly to the hubbers, you have the knowledge, you have the skills with the Google Ads Success Path and the T-shaped paths, and now this system, PPC OS, combine that with the knowledge and skills that you have, and that's going to be your rocket ship and the thing that is going to be compounding. So how do we end up here? Google Ads has evolved, and this is the AI first shift that we are in right now. So really quickly, 2000 to 2014-ish was the purely manual era. The world was totally different then, like early internet days. Then around 2015, Google started embedding machine learning into the platform. So with Universal App Campaigns was one of the first things they launched that was embedded in automation and machine learning, but also smart bidding, PMax, and now demand gen. Well, everything as we have it right now, it's all just running on machine learning, which was the era from around 2015 to 2022. Then around 2023, late 2022, early 2023, until 2025, we were in the chat era, which is the era of the LLMs, ChatGPT, using Gemini, using Claude, but it was much more just using a chatbot for insights and super good. Like if you were using it back then, like awesome. But now we are in a different era, and this is the agentic era, agentic AI. And we went from chat to act, as Google said it on Google Marketing Live as well, which basically means that now AI is no longer like a chat bot that you can talk to and get ideas from, but you can actually get it to do real work for you. And to me personally, I think this is the ultimate sweet spot of automation and control, because you are still in control with the inputs that you give to your agents. But there is a lot of automation that happens behind the scenes based on your instructions and where it can get insights from and how self-correcting it is and how it's learning from itself. So to me, this is personally the sweet spot that we have reached. So AI agents can technically do anything for you, from data analysis to optimizing your campaigns, either fully automated or based on your commands. And it basically works like this. You have inputs, which is data from your Google Ads account, your business context, so information about your business, your SOP, so how should a task be done. And this is like the super simplified version, of course. But then the agent takes all those inputs and runs through a task that you give it. And then based on that task, it's going to give an output. So for example, you can ask it to run through your Google Ads data, give it the right context in terms of what are your goals, what are your KPIs, what task do you want it to do? Like, for example, analyze where the number one constraint is in an account. So diagnose, why is my performance dropping? And then it will take all that input and then find like, oh, for example, your landing page conversion rate has dropped. Maybe we should improve it by fixing the headlines or doing A/B testing or having a different page hierarchy or structure, whatever it is. And that's just one of the examples. Could also be that your efficiency is lacking because, well, your bid strategies are suboptimal, or whatever it is. The agents can find it based on the instructions you give it. So it will first try to understand a task and then figure out what it actually has to do based on your instructions. Then it's going to plan out the task it is going to do. Then it's actually going to execute the plan. So it's going to do the things you said it needs to do. And that's the difference with the chatbots, because those are just going to give you information that you then can act on. But the agents themselves, they can actually act. Even if you want to, they can make changes in your Google Ads account, which is a discussion on its own whether you should allow that, but it is possible. And then it's going to review and iterate and then just continue with those loops until the task is either done or you are satisfied with the output. And so with that, AI agents are really disrupting the typical workday, where normally, looking at the tasks that you normally do, from optimizing quality scores to your search term analysis, your RSAs, competitor research, campaign structure reviews, landing page audits and creation, client reportings, all those things take a lot of time. and this is a simplified example of a typical workday, 10 hours, because you always know that you have way more on your plate than fits in the regular 8 hours that you have available. But with AI agents, you can really slim it down to a couple hours per day. And this is not me over exaggerating or being hyperbolic. Like, this is actually how it can work if your inputs are right. Especially because now you can give your agents a task and it will do the task, and sometimes it takes 5 minutes, sometimes it will take an hour, depending on the complexity of the task. But then in the meantime, you can just go and grab your coffee, wait for it to be done, or work on something else. So yeah, it is really disrupting everything and how we work. And yeah, you can just get so much more done in the limited time that you have available. So that's kind of where we are right now with the agentic era. And then you could, oh, and one good thing to mention, the difference about why I am so excited about this and why I was not always as excited with the automation from Google, because Google's products are heavily embedded with AI and machine learning. But the difference is, in the phases before this and with the products that Google is launching, we kind of have to trust on Google's operating system, meaning take a look at, for example, their recommendations. Now, Google is also starting to release AI agents that you can talk to. Like last year, they announced this in Google Marketing Live. They are constantly experimenting with agentic features inside of Google Ads. And also now the the creative briefs for AI Max, etc. The reason why these tools are suboptimal is because you have to trust Google based on their instructions that they have given in the back of what makes a good bid strategy or a good target. And so if you have to rely on what Google says is good, then you don't have that control. But now, in this new era with your own agents that you can fully customize, you are the one that determines when something is good. And you give it the guardrails and the instructions on why something, for example, why a specific ROAS target is too high or too low, or perfectly at the sweet spot. So just as that's a hyper simplification, of course, but now the reason why this phase is so good is because you can program your own agents and you don't have to rely on someone else's operating system like Google's, which might have different incentives and looks at data in a different way than you do. And so phase 5 of where we might be going in the future is fully autonomous AI. I know there's already tools that are autonomous, meaning they can just think for themselves, act for themselves without you in the loop. I don't know if that's a good thing. We'll see. We will probably get there. I've seen some tools out there that claim to have autonomous agents. But I think just in this stage, and maybe I'm just a little bit too careful, too cautious, but maybe at this stage, I think autonomous agents are just too tricky, especially for us, because we're working with, with real budgets for real clients. Like, it's different if you're creating content and it all happens behind the scenes and there's nothing that relies on it. But we are working for real clients with real budgets, and a tiny mistake can be super costly. So autonomous AI, we are probably moving there. I'm not super excited about it, and that's why I think that the phase that we are in right now is the perfect sweet spot of having the automation, but also the control. That's the balance that we always wanted to look for in Google Ads, right? Control, automation. And I think in this phase, we can have the perfect balance of those two. Now, you could ask yourself, like, okay, can I use AI agents to just do less, work less? Yeah, you could. But here's a great quote from Philip Schindler, who's the SVP, Chief Business Officer at Google. He said this at GML 2 weeks ago. He said, when a technology makes a resource more efficient, we don't do less, we do vastly exponentially more. And to me, the point of using AI agents for Google Ads is not to automate everything so you don't have to do anything, but it is to go or to be able to go 10x deeper in the same time. So the technology allows us now. You could, of course, automate a lot and then sit back on your chair and just enjoy life. Yes, you could. But yeah, as Bob said, AI is only making me work harder, and that is the case. You can allow yourself now to do 10 times more with the same time because of the technology that is available now. And I guess we have a tendency to just fill up the time that we have anyway with work. But now you're going to see that you can get so much more done at such a higher level because of the technology. And so you can ask yourself, like, what would you do with all that extra time? Would you hire more clients without burning out, making more with the volume game that way? I know a lot of people there are doing that. So just automating to a certain degree so that they have more time to serve more clients. Or you can go deeper on existing clients or projects. And I know that this is what I usually tend to do, but also Bob. And that way you can increase your rates because you become more valuable to your clients because you involve yourself on the business level instead of only on the Google Ads side of things. Or you can work less, and yes, this is actually true for the workaholics. This is an option. You could work less without sacrificing income if you want to enjoy more long walks in nature or just whatever you want. This is also an option. So whatever your answer, becoming AI first is the thing that makes that possible. Now we're just going to dive into what that actually means, because I think AI first, if you look at the example that I showed earlier from Duolingo, they said we're building an AI first company. Basically what they meant is we're going to kick out everyone and we're going to use AI tools and that's it. But I think being AI first is not necessarily about using about the AI tools that you use, or that you should remove everything and only use AI. But I think it means, or what it is about, is what AI does to your output and to your time management. And so the shift to AI first is essential to survive, I believe. And it requires a few new things: a new identity as a specialist, a new mindset. So, how do you think about yourself? How do you think about your work? How do you think about your responsibilities towards your clients or your company? It requires a new tool stack. So, what you use to drive the best results in this new era. And this is can be a little bit tricky because learning anything new just takes time, especially tools. And so, you have to give yourself the time to figure out how to set up and use the tools, which is time you do not get paid for necessarily, but do that for a few weeks, like just go into the rabbit hole, and then over time you'll see that it pays back many times. But you have to, and this is I think where a lot of specialists are being challenged. They feel challenged, is that they know that they should be setting up these tools and learning how to use them, but they can't really find the time to do so because they also have all their other responsibilities to their clients. And next to a new identity and mindset, a tool stack, it requires a new skill set, because, well, there's new things that you need to master in order to be able to operate AI agents. And we're going to be diving into all these three things that I think if you combine them, you have your new operating model. So how your work actually gets done on a day-to-day basis. So with this shift, you can do more with less and grow real businesses, not just ad accounts. And that will increase your value as a specialist. Now, this is a quote that Mike Rhodes said in one of our sessions in the PPC Hub last year or 2 years ago. He said, AI won't replace your job, but someone using AI will. And I think that was so fitting. I don't know if it's an original Mike quote, but I'll attribute it to him because it was the first time I heard it. I think that was such an eye-opener for me because, well, as I've tried to say a couple times in this session already, all the opportunities are going to go to the A players that are using AI at the highest level. So just take a specialist who, like a really good Google Ads specialist, who could usually serve maybe 5 clients max if he or she wants to go super deep. Now with AI, they might have the capacity to serve 8 or 10 clients, meaning they will go on the market looking for more clients to work with, potentially putting more pressure on, well, I won't say your portfolio, but other people's portfolios. And so the whole thing is about becoming AI first. is that the opportunities are going to those people, and that is what you should think about in terms of, is AI going to take my job? I don't think AI necessarily is going to do what you do unless all you do is push buttons. But there's other people who are now more efficient and more effective with their time, who can potentially take, well, the opportunities that you would normally have. So let's dive first into the AI first identity and mindset. Then we're going to look at the tool stack, and then it's going to become more tactical. Going to dive into all the tools that we recommend using now and how to make the most out of them, and also the skill set, because that is just new things that you need to learn and master, to be able to thrive in this new era. So AI first Google Ads specialists, if you look at what they do, their identity, their mindset, they try to automate as much of the execution so that they can focus on what truly matters to impact results, which is focusing on growing businesses and not just ad accounts. And they know that Google Ads is just the vehicle to grow a business, and it's not only the goal to just grow the Google Ads account, but they use that in order to actually grow the business. And so they have different conversations with their clients. As an AI first Google Ads specialist, you don't only look at what you see in the UI. You also talk to your clients about their unit economics, their numbers in terms of profitability, LTV. You help them with their offers, their positioning, whatever is needed and required to grow the business, you involve yourself with. You use AI for everything from analysis to reporting to optimization to research to building. But even though you use AI for all of that, you do not trust it blindly, and you always stay the human in the loop, which is absolutely crucial. Back to the point of autonomous AI. I think a human in the loop is going to be super important still for the foreseeable future, because AI can just make mistakes and it can wander off of the path that you have put it on, especially if you don't know exactly what you're doing. So you cannot trust AI blindly, and you always need that human in the loop. And AI first Google Ads specialists know that. They also built their own AI-driven tool stack and systems that compound over time. I'm going to show you some examples of that as well. They charge based on outcomes and value created, not hours and time spent. This is a sort of a positioning and pricing thing, because I think the hourly model is, it's dying, if it's not already dead. Because if you are more efficient with your time and more effective, how are you going to get rewarded for that if you have an hourly rate? So I think for agencies and specialists who still charge hourly, I think that's a big pressure point to reposition yourself and try to charge for outcomes and value created. Because you can. It's not only about making more, but it's also about protecting what you're worth, for sure. And they never stop developing their own knowledge and skills, even if they rely heavily on AI-powered systems, because, well, it's kind of the fundamentals paradox. You would think that when you're using AI systems, that your knowledge is no longer relevant or important, but it is actually more important than before, because, well, who's going to give direction to the AI? Who's going to judge whether the output is good or not? Who's going to course correct if it's drifting, etc.? You can only do that when your knowledge is at the highest level possible. And so I think AI is changing kind of the typical Google Ads career path. And I see someone said, I've recently started using Claude. How can I apply the points we'll be covering today? We'll dive into that more at the tool stack. We're going to be talking about Claude Code. So I think AI is kind of changing the Google Ads career path. We now have a combination of a role that didn't necessarily exist before yet, or at least not in the mainstream. And so if you look at the traditional Google Ads career path, let's say, for example, you start at an agency or you start in-house, you usually start as an executor. This was the case for me. Started in 2018, traineeship, and I was just only in the account all day, every day, pressing the buttons, making the changes, having real skin in the game, because I knew exactly what was going on in my accounts. But that was also where my responsibility ended, and also my know-how. Executors are by definition the ones that do the work, but they don't really involve themselves so much with strategy and the business side business side of things that really impacts results the most, like unit economics, landing pages, offers, etc. And so an executor focuses only on Google Ads until they get more experience, and then they kind of grow into a strategist. That's what you usually see at the traditional Google Ads career path. And a strategist is usually above the work. They think about the business, strategizing on a higher level, and they have the majority of their time available to think. But because they are so much involved with the strategy, they kind of lose touch with the actual work, because they don't really have skin in the game anymore, because they're not executing. And so over time, their value, in my opinion, actually decreases, because they are really good at the strategy side of things. But then when it comes to what's actually going on inside of the account, they lose their relatability and that skill. That is usually how it works. That's how it worked in my career path, the agency that I worked at, but also what I see in other companies. That's the traditional path. You go from executor, you grow into a strategist, and then what happens when you become more experienced as a strategist? You lose the skin in the game. But because of AI, I think those two roles are starting to blend. And so for the first time, you can be and excel at both roles at once, because you have AI agents that do the execution under your direction 24/7. So you are still involved in the account. You have skin in the game because you are still responsible for the execution, but you use agents for that. And next to that, you free up time so you can focus on the high level business strategy that leads to the next level of growth. And to me personally, that's the power of becoming an AI first Google Ads specialist, where you have the executors grounding and skin in the game, but you also have the strategist's skill to get involved in the higher up business decisions or conversations that really take a business forward. And I noticed this recently. I had two chats with two completely different businesses, ecom recently. One of them was in the home renovation business, and I was talking to the specialist there, and they said that they were results for the first time in a long time started to drop. They were always super happy with the performance, but then in March their performance started to drop. And as like really good diehard Google Ads specialists, these were good people, good specialists, they were trying to look for the reason and the solution inside of the ad account. But if you zoom out, what happened in March, we had this whole conflict between the US and Israel and Iran start in March. And that put a lot of pressure on supply chain, on pricing. And so their pricing increased by 30 to 40%, which is just insane, because they had to not only because their import prices increased by 30, 40%, so had their client-facing pricing had to increase. And if you just zoom out in a time like this, where there's a lot of uncertainty on a global level, it's not only about the product is becoming cheaper, is becoming more expensive, so people stop buying. It's also people see like, okay, the macroeconomic factors are uncertain. I'm going to keep my money in my pocket for now, and I'm going to hold out on making this investment in this type of product. And these are the type of things that the strategist would usually see, but the executor would miss, because the executor is just focused only on, okay, in my Google Ads account, what can I fix? What new campaign structures can we do? So the strategist would see that. Now, if those roles are blended, then that's the perfect situation, because then the specialist can see what happens on the macro level. They can talk to leadership on, okay, our prices, maybe we can do 50-50 on the price increases. We take half, and we charge only half to the client, so that way we can stay competitive. Or, well, we can try new offers so that we decommoditize our home renovation services, or maybe we can increase the service that we deliver. in a case like this, the solution is usually not in the account, but it is on the business level. And a pure executor would miss that. And an executor with the capabilities of a strategist can work really fast to not only spot what the opportunities are there and how to fix the problems that are active at the moment, but they can also combine that to, okay, what does that then mean directly for what we do in Google Ads? And I think now, for the first time ever, we are kind of starting to see these roles being blended, which I think personally is a really good development. So when execution is automated, you can ask yourself, is my service commoditized? Meaning, is what I am doing, do I still have a competitive advantage or differentiating factors? And what is my actual value? So I think the AI first skill set, which is something that is an evolution of the current skill set that you have, requires a few new things that you should learn in order to continue to thrive. So, like, for example, systems thinking and agent orchestration. And this is just a fancy way of saying you need to be able to direct AI across multi-step workflows. And so you need to be able to define those workflows, and be able to zoom out so that you can get your agents to do what you want them to do. That's a really important key skill. Then you still need deep mastery of Google Ads fundamentals and in-platform tactics, because you can, well, you need that skin in the game, obviously. And when your agents are actually doing the work for you, you need to be able to see when it's not going well and when it is going well and when course needs to be corrected, etc., which improves your judgment and direction. So using your expertise to judge AI's output and steer it in the right direction, and course correct if it's not going in the right direction. Bottleneck analysis, so finding and solving the number one constraint, which we'll be talking about in a second. Skill set to see and use Google Ads as a vehicle to drive real business growth, and making AI ready knowledge docs. And more on that soon. We're going to be talking about that with Bob and Alfred, because this is really the thing that separates you from everyone else, is how you structure the knowledge that you put inside of your AI agents, which we call an operating system. And we are, as Bob said, the sauce, the secret sauce. We're going to show you how we have done that and what you can learn from that as well if you build your own operating system. So essentially, this is an evolution of our T-shaped Google Ads specialist model. So if you're not familiar, I'm just going to touch on this in 30 seconds. As a T-shaped specialist, you are competent in many things, but you are an expert in one specific topic. So for us, we are experts in Google Ads. But then on top of that, there's a lot of different things that we need to learn. Let me take it one step back. Google Ads, we have deep knowledge of. That's the base of the T. Then on top of that, there's a lot of different things that you need to have broad knowledge about to be able to increase your service with Google Ads and to be able to drive better results. Like, for example, understanding marketing foundations, analytics and data, CRO, consultancy when talking to clients, understanding sales funnels, offers, other channels, business tactics, unit economics, financial models, a lot of different things that you do not need to be an expert in. But if you know about those things, even to a certain degree, that will make your service level with Google Ads and your results better. And so everything you learn on sort of the top level that you have broad knowledge of can be connected to that one thing that you are known for, which is scaling Google Ads. And so this new skill set, like, for example, agent orchestration, bottleneck diagnosis, these are new skills that you don't need to know everything about, but you need to know enough to be able to increase your skill level as a whole. And so the AI first application of this is just knowing how to operate and use AI agents to execute and strategize. And yeah, I'll be honest, there's a little bit of a learning curve here. You don't need to know everything there is about AI. You don't have to be on top of all the AI trends. But there is a learning curve if you're starting to use tools, for example, like a Claude Code. There's a learning curve, of course. But the good thing is that it's a lot of fun going into these rabbit hole. So yeah, brings me perfectly to this point. Being an AI first Google Ads specialist doesn't mean you live in Claude Code all day, although you probably will. I know that's the case for me, but it means you use the tech to grow businesses and not just ad accounts. And for that, I think this is a little bit of a sidestep, but I think the mother of all skills is identifying bottlenecks and solving the number one constraint. This is so important because it gives you focus on the thing that truly matters. So the theory of constraints goes like this. There is inputs and you have outputs, and there's always one thing that is currently that you're currently struggling with that is preventing you from reaching the next level of growth. And whatever that thing is, that is the bottleneck. And so a lot of specialists, like the example I told you from the home renovation company, when performance drops, we tend to look in, okay, what can I change? Are my search terms okay? Is my campaign structure still good? Do we need to create different performance buckets? But in their case, the number one constraint is on the business level. So the bottleneck is on the business level. So for them, they can tweak all they want in the account, but it's not going to help them really break through the problems that they are seeing now from the macroeconomic level. So you always need to be able to see, like, what is the number one thing at this point, which is called a constraint? What is the number one thing right now that is preventing us from growing? That when we solve that, we will reach a next level. And you should focus and direct the majority of your time on solving the number one constraint, because it opens up the floodgates to be able to scale more. If your bottleneck is conversion and you have low conversion rate, then it doesn't make sense to broaden up your keyword coverage, more broad match, AI max, B max. It doesn't really matter if you push more traffic into it, because the bottleneck is conversion. But if you increase your conversion rate, then more of that traffic will start to turn into leads and customers, which is obviously helping the business as a whole. So with AI, this has become a lot easier and more effective because it can crunch way more data than we could personally, helping you find that number one constraint. So now going into the tool stack, and in a few minutes, I'm going to call Bob and then Alfred to the stage. But the AI first tool stack is, this is the exciting stuff, I guess, because this is, where you are actually going to set up your agents and how they work. So when you're looking at AI tool stack, you have different tiers of tools, and within these tiers, there's different capabilities of what the tools can actually do for you. So tier one is chatbots, ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude. And the downside is that they don't have access to your folders. You can only add limited documents for context. You have one conversation at a time. Memory is limited. It's fine for one-off questions, but it cannot actually do anything, and it cannot repeat work across clients for you. Then tier two is sort of Claude Cowork. And Claude is part of Anthropic. They have this whole ecosystem with Claude Chat, Claude Cowork, and Claude Code. And it's basically called Claude Code for non-coders. And my girlfriend is the perfect example of someone who is the perfect fit for Claude Cowork, because I was using Claude Code myself. So like, and she's doing organic social. I was like, you need to use this. This is amazing. Claude Code is the best. But she doesn't like how Claude Code looks. It looks a little bit too much like you're coding and developing. And so Claude made their own sort of noob-friendly interface, which is how it runs is similar to what Claude Code can do, but it has much more limitations in terms of the tools that you can connect. It cannot connect to the API, for example, so it cannot directly read Google Ads data. But this is the perfect sort of in between for people who want more of the agentic automation capabilities that is available right now, but they want to have a user-friendly, noob-friendly interface. but it's still lacking on many parts where we use it ourselves for Google Ads work. And then we have the third tier, which is coding agents, Claude Code, OpenAI's Codex, Gemini CLI. And the cool thing about these types of tools, and I can only speak about Claude Code myself because I haven't used Codex and Gemini CLI yet, because, well, we decided to use Claude Code because it's just, well, right now super good. And also Alfred recommended it. So yeah, when he says something, we do it. There's the cool thing about Claude Code and these coding agents is that they can access your files, your local folders, so you can add a lot of context to it, instructions, background information. It can connect directly to different tools through APIs or, well, MCPs. Well, you can forget about that for now. Lots of different tools that it can connect to, so it can read real-time data for you and execute, well, real tasks if you have instructed it to do so. And you can run that through different ways. The Claude Code desktop app, which is also still limited. You can run it in Cursor, for example, which is what we're doing. And then this is kind of what it looks like. So this is the part where, in all my excitement, I try to explain like how powerful the tech is, and then I show this to people, and then they're like, "Yeah, no thanks, I'm not gonna do that." But once you, well, start to understand what you need to look at and how it's working, then it's actually much less intimidating and not as scary as it looks. It's super easy and simple to use. Yeah, as Bob said, give it a week and you're hooked. It is, it's so much easier and less scary than what it looks like. And the cool thing is that it can connect to anything. Can connect directly to your Google Ads account. Can read data. You can use it read only. You can also have it actually do stuff for you, but that is more advanced. Wouldn't recommend it in the beginning for sure. But yeah, this is the most powerful tool there is right now. So the AI first tool stack is basically a tech stack to operate AI agents. Ideally, you are tool agnostic, meaning, yes, we recommend Claude Code now, but we want to be agile as well. Like there's always a constant battle between Claude, ChatGPT, and Gemini, who's the best. So ideally, you are more tool agnostic and you have the systems built up in a way so that you can switch if you want to. But for now, we recommend Claude Code, and that's what I'm using. I'm not using any other tools. We run that inside of Cursor. You use GitHub for, well, data storage and a few other things. And we have APIs. And the APIs we can use to, again, connect to Google Ads so it can read real-time data. And it's super, super cheap for what you get. Claude Code, you can start for $20 a month. Although once you start using this agentic powerhouse, you're going to want to upgrade to maybe the $100 or $200 per month plan, but it's so worth it. Cursor, you basically use, you run a plugin of Claude Code within Cursor, but you can use that for free. GitHub is free. Using APIs is also free. So you can even get started for $20 a month, which is just mind-blowing. But here's the thing. Your edge is not the agent, because everyone has the agent. And this is what I definitely learned from Alfred. Your edge is the operating system you build to steer it. And so when it comes to operating system, and this is what we're going to be talking more about with Bob and Alfred, you put instructions inside of your agents as an operating system. Like also, if you look at, for example, my iPhone, it's very cool. But without an operating system, it's just hardware, pretty useless. The thing that makes an iPhone so powerful is the software inside. And that's the same thing with your agents. Like just the fact that you're using an agent or Claude Code, that doesn't mean nothing. But the way you structure the input that goes inside, that makes all the difference. So your knowledge docs, your SOPs, how you make them into AI-ready skills, so that you instruct your agents how to do any task well. And a skill basically is a repeatable task that you can trigger automatically or with a / command, so you don't have to repeat your instructions all the time like you're doing with ChatGPT, for example, or Claude or Chat or Gemini. You're constantly explaining a task again, even if you're using gems or what's it called, custom GPTs. Even if you use those, then it's so much more limited because it can process much less information and much less files than you can with an operating system in agents. One sec, closing the window. There was a lawnmower outside. So then when you look at the AI first tool stack, so you have your tech, the operating system, and then what is super important is the context you provide to your agents about the background information, about a task, about your business, about any client-specific situation. And I'm quoting Alfred directly here. He said, if it's only in your head, it does not exist. And so most of your knowledge lives in your head, but Claude can't read your mind. So you know your client's history and why you made certain decisions for seasonality, or you had to scale back because of capacity or whatever it is. Those things, if you do not add that as additional context, then you rely on Claude's standard knowledge, which it gets from the internet, which is good, but not sufficient for your client-specific situations. And so you want to add your business goals, performance targets, unit economics, strategic priorities, competitive strategies, known constraints, everything you would basically tell to a colleague when they are taking over an account, and then 10 times more. You want to structure that and give that to Claude so that it references it every single time it produces output for you and runs a task. And so you can pull this automatically from your website, client emails, meeting notes and transcripts, account history, change log, research you've done, so that then you have this whole hub of information that Claude Code can reference every time it does a task for you. And here's an example of when context made all the difference. And this is an example from Bob. He said, always put in the work before doing your analysis or putting AI to work. He put a post in the PPC Hub where he did an audit with PPC OS, our own operating system for Claude Code and agents, which we have built, our AI-powered Google Ads system. And he used the audit skill to audit, used the audit skill to audit the account. But it was a new account, so he had a lot of questions, and so did Claude when it actually ran the audit. So he used our skill that automatically collects business context from various sources. So we've automated that as well to a certain degree of what is possible. But then there's always things that are you don't know because it's not logged anywhere. It lives in someone's head. So since he was doing an audit for a new account, like usually in his own account, he would know, like, okay, I know the intricacies of this account. But since it's a new account, I don't know. So I need answers to questions. So he gathered all the questions that were open in a separate file to be sent to the client later. And then he used our strategy skill, which we also have for PPCOS, to fill in the gaps in his questionnaire. So to ask more in-depth questions to the client to understand unit economics, efficiency targets, etc. And then he shared it with his client. I got 14 pages of input he would not have had otherwise, which he then fed back into the system, which auto-flagged contradictions and flagged high-priority items. So with the right context in place, he said Claude was immediately able to flag contradictions in the strategy and what is being seen in the account, and flagged high-priority items like resolving bad efficiency targets, issues with prospecting, issues with unit economics, retention, etc. And so the file just looked like this. You don't have to read through it all, but just to show you the sheer volume, 14 pages of questions on targets, performance, unit economics, etc. And then he shared that with the client, got it all back, put that back into Claude Code. And then with that additional information, he did the audit, and it was like super, super high level, extensive audit that he was able to do because he put in the extra time to put the context in. So that's super important. So then you have the tech, the operating system, the context, and then you need to be sure that you have quality assurance checks so that your agents actually stick to the task and don't hallucinate and produce actually good output. Now, before we go deeper into the operating system, I just want to share a little sidestep if you want to take it to the next level, I think this is also what we're going to see more of in the future, is AI first Google Ads specialists who use agents with their own custom operating system, everything customized, but then they also build their own tools, not to sell, but just to do their own work at a higher level. So I'm constantly getting inspiration from the PPC Hub, from Alfred. He built backdrop boost, for example. Also, I know he also built many other tools. And then Bob is also constantly sharing how he's building custom dashboards, but also now he created a custom image generation tool that allowed him to turn this boring product image, which I'm sure if you work for ecom clients, you know the product image are always like super boring, turned them into nice lifestyle images that he can scale. Yeah, this was V0 that he can scale. Just like that. So I think in the future we're going to see, this is just an example, I think we're going to see AI first Google Ads specialists who, next to their agentic setup, so their agents, they also have their own stack of tools. Yes, this does not replace the fact that you need other tools. Many tools are still super useful, but then there's also tools that you can just build for yourself to, well, like for example here, create those lifestyle images, which can be used in content, can be used in shopping ads, landing pages, you name it. So much better than the boring product images we see here, or your own dashboards, etc. And so I think the biggest mistakes people make with AI agents is not having a customized operating system, so relying too much on Claude's own knowledge that it gets from the internet. Mistake number 2, only using chat and no actions, so chatbots, no agentic tools. Not utilizing memory. Mistake number 3, not adding context. Super important. Mistake number 5, relying too much on Google's own AI tools, which run on Google's operating system and not yours, so it's not customized enough to your needs. This is probably the biggest unlock in this agentic era, is that you need to customize, so that you give the instructions of what you think is good and not what Google thinks is good. And then mistake number 6, using tools out of the box without customization and personalization. And with out of the box, I mean just you have these AI tools, they well, you can log in, you get an account, and you can use it as is, but you cannot look under the hood and you cannot customize it 100% to your needs. You are just following their SOPs and how they think Google Ads should be done. But I think the biggest unlock for you is build your own operating system, because AI agents are powerful, but only when combined with a custom operating system that is unique to your work, your business context, and your standards, and your way of doing things. And the OS, operating system, fixes bad output, fixes a lot of mistakes, and the replacement fear, the fact that you might have this feeling like all agents are going to replace me, I think that's all going to be gone, because the AI is now working in your way. And so, speaking of working in your way, we have built PPC OS, and I'm going to bring Bob to the stage now. We're going to show you how we built that, so that you can learn from it to build your own operating system. So hopefully that will inspire you on what is required, how deep this needs to go, so that you can then also do it for yourself. Or obviously, if you're interested, you can just plug into our operating system. But the cool thing about PPOS is that you cannot only use the system as we have developed it, but we also give a look under the hood, so you can actually adjust it to your own likings, add your own SOPs, change our SOPs. Well, I'm gonna let Bob call Bob. Sexy, you. I can hear you, Alfred. I'm sorry, I have to remove you. Alfred will be back in a second. Bob, can you try sharing your screen?
Yeah, just did it, but I think you have to edit.
Oh yeah. 1 second. There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
So,
right.
What Bob is going to
This
do
should be
now,
up, right?
Yes, I see it. What Bob is going to do now is just going to show how we have built our own operating system which is just mind-blowing, the amount of detail and depth that goes into this. If you guys have any questions, just drop them in the comments and I'll see if we can take some throughout.
Right, jam guys. And thanks, Miles. Great presentation. So before we started building PPC OS, basically our agentic Google Ads management and optimization system that basically runs on Cloud Code, nowadays also Gemini and Codex if you wanted to, but it works best on Cloud Code in our opinion. We had to build a knowledge base because, well, you cannot simply start building skills and agents that do all of the heavy lifting for you if you don't give it the correct context and don't give it the correct information. So what we did was essentially building this full system bottom up. So we started with a full knowledge base that was built not only for us, Google Ads specialists, to go through to find best practices, mental models, guidelines, and whatnot, but also mainly built for AI. So basically, all of the knowledge that I've put together in the PPC OS knowledge base that you see over here is being fed to Alfred. And Alfred is using all of that information to basically transform all of these best practices and our guidelines when it comes down to Google Ads management and optimization to create really high-level skills and agents. So let me show you a quick rundown of how the knowledge base works and what it looks like, to just give you an idea about, well, the amount of work that goes into this to properly create agents, skills for the agentic era that we're in right now. So what I did was basically come up with 8 different categories. You can see that we have theory docs, we have mental models, we have references, guidelines, catalogs, checklists, SOPs, standard operating procedures, and playbooks. Over here, once again, I started from bottom up. So that means that we first had to make sure that all of the reference information like technical specification, different syntaxes, but also guidelines and different options like catalogs were in place in order to then build SOPs, standard operating procedures. This is where we're at right now. We're close to being complete when it comes down to all of the documents needed to craft the remaining PPC OS skills and agents. And then we're going to go one level higher, where we're going to create playbooks, which are essentially different routing skills that are going to orchestrate the skills and agents within PPC OS, meaning that the system will be, well, a bit smarter when triggering certain skills, agents, when it feels the need to, when it sees certain performance drops or performance anomalies and stuff like that. So that's where we're at right now. So when it comes down to theory docs, the theory docs are essentially, well, foundational concepts and frameworks that Miles also touched on in a bit in his presentation. So for example, over here, we zoomed in on systems thinking and bottleneck analysis that we think are really, really, really important skills to have in place in order to do proper Google Ads and become the growth architect that's needed to win as a Google Ads specialist in the current era. So this is completely written out for, well, us as humans to learn from, but also to feed it back to the system, which is PPC OS, in order to properly understand what needs to be optimized, what needs to be flagged, in what order, and stuff like that. I also did a presentation about this at Channable's event in Utrecht a couple of months ago. It was really fun to do. Then we have mental models. And mental models are essentially conceptual frameworks for decision making, not only for us as Google Ads specialists, but also for the models. So over here, we can, for example, zoom in on, well, search campaign structure and mental models. So how do you structure your search campaigns? Why do you structure it in a certain way? What are the best practices and ideas behind it? So this is more conceptual, so to say, that explains well, the best practices. And all of these documents are really, really, really well structured in a consistent way. So we can also train, we can also feed it to PPCOS, for example, when Alfred is going to skillify or agentify all of this information in a really proper way. So that's why you see that every document over here is structured in a certain way. So when it comes down to search campaign structure, mental models, it touches on our golden rules. It touches on what you can configure at the campaign level or at the ad group level, what the failure modes are, over-segmentating search campaigns or under-segmentating search campaigns, your reasons to segment out a particular search campaign, reasons to consolidate. So as you can see, this is really, really detailed. And well written in a way so that we can turn this into a proper skill or agent when we feel the need to. Obviously, this goes way further. So I've wrote all of these mental models from shopping campaign type mental models all the way to how to orchestrate a particular account structure, from the foundation to expansion to growth, what to do when, things to definitely do not do. There's so much to show you over here. That's simply too much. So this is simply a workaround to show you what goes into this beforehand, before you can even think about creating skills or agents yourself. Besides theory and mental models, we also have references. These are the boring docs, basically telling you as a specialist, but also AI, what needs to be adhered to. For example, when we have to create images, these are all of the different specifications per campaign type. These are the different dimensions, aspect rates, image qualities, the amount of different images needed by minimum standards that we also recommend you to do, or the maximum amount of images. Really boring stuff. But once again, we need all of this information as guardrails and additional context to write proper skills and agents. So all of these documents are being used as reference docs when creating those types of skills. And you can also create them yourself, because, we've made it easy for you, where you can essentially download all of these files yourself, or download specific files as MD files that are optimized for, Cloud Code input or whatever it is that you're using. Then we have guidelines. These are configuration recommendations, stuff like automated asset control guidelines, things that you want to do, things that you don't want to do. For example, we recommend you to configure your automated asset configurations like this: turn dynamic site links off, dynamic callouts off, leave seller ratings, longer ad headlines on per default, also including the rationale over here, also the reasoning behind disabling certain things. So once again, some boring stuff to read through, but once you're creating skills or agents yourself, these are once again context/guidelines that needs to be fed in order to do it in a proper way. Then we have catalogs. Catalogs are basically all of the different options that you have as a Google Ads specialist in order to do certain things. So, for example, if you want to segment your Google Shopping standard shopping campaign, your PMAX feed only or full asset campaign, there are different segmentation tactics. And there's no recommendation going on here. These are just options. So, for example, you could segment your campaign by category: bestsellers versus regular, sale versus regular price, seasonality, inventory levels, life cycle stages, by price competitiveness, or by performance tiers, such as heroes, sidekicks, villains, and zombies, or a simple scoring model that you develop yourself. So these are all the different options that you can consider, not necessarily the best practices, because the best practices and the thinking and the reasoning behind it are essentially captured in the mental models. And that's also how all of these documents are connected and intertwined because all of these documents refer to each other. So last but not least, let me go over the SOPs. These are really, really important to go over certain tasks consistently and repetitively in a certain way. Once again, really important input if you're going to create your own skills. Let me just pick a random one because the list is really, really long. There are like 88 documents right now, from improving ad relevance all the way to setting up a simple search campaign. But let's pick the RSA testing with the iteration loop, a model that I've developed in the past year. So this is basically, once again, structured in a really, really simple way, but in a consistent way that you can, well, feed to AI if you want to build your skills or agents yourself. It also refers to different prerequisites. For example, you want to definitely complete the foundational creative SOPs first, like creating an irresistible offer, crafting your offer angles, writing compelling RSAs, improving your ad relevance, improving your expected click-through rate. Because if you haven't done this already, at this very stage, you don't want to be testing. You want to fix your foundation first. Once again, all signals and a lot of information that you can feed into the system later on that you can use as prerequisite checks before you can run a skill or a skill in Cloud Code yourself before this step. So really, really extensive, a lot of information in here that goes over all of the steps from step 1 to step 4 in a really detailed way. And if you're going to build skills, if you're going to build a PPC-OS-alike system yourself, this needs to be written out before you can essentially create a good working skill. So that's essentially what I've built and what I'm also updating constantly, because building is one. It took me months in order to put this together, based on all of the knowledge that we have gathered in the past couple of years of doing Google Ads. But then you also need to update this. So for example, Google Marketing Live just had its moment where Google mentioned a lot of new features rolling out. But there's a lot of going on when it comes to migrating display to demand gen or DSA to AI Max. And all of that needs to be updated as well. And once it's updated in the docs, that needs to be fed to Alfred in our case in order to update the skills and the agents that we have built again as well. So it's not a matter of just simply putting the information together. It's also a matter of updating this, making sure that the knowledge base that everything is grounded to is up to date at all times. So right now we're transforming all of the information, all of the 250 plus docs inside of the knowledge base into skills and agents, where Alfred will run you through in a bit. So all of the stuff that you see here is linked to these knowledge base docs, as you can see over here. You can also refer to these docs yourself, but obviously these docs were used as input to build the skill, like the account auditor over here or the bidding auditor over here. It tells you how to run it. It tells you what you can expect. It gives you the output that you can see in Cursor. At least that's what we are using when running PPC-OS. And all of these docs are being used as grounding material, so to say. Right now, we are building out the PPC-OS, where we almost built half of these skills. So we still have some building to do. Alfred has been working on this for, I think, 4-5 months already, 4 months or something like that. And we're still halfway there. That gives you an idea about the level of attention and detail that goes into this. It's not a matter of just, dumping all of the MD files of all of these knowledge docs into AI and just, build a skill around it. It's also a matter of debugging, testing, using feedback in order to make it even better. But this is coming together real nice. And well, Alfred will run you through some of this in a bit. I think right now, before I'm going to do his presentation.
Yeah, for sure.
All right.
So thanks, Bob. I think the most important thing here, guys, is that it's already accessible in the PPC Hub. Most important thing, what you just saw, is that we have basically dumped everything we know, which comes for 90% from Bob. We've dumped everything we know about Google Ads into a knowledge base, essentially, and this knowledge base is then being used by the AI agents that we're running. But Alfred, can you try and sharing your screen, because we're going to continue on this track with you.
Yeah.
But as Bob said, it is really boring stuff, and it takes a lot of time to document all these things. But the more detail you can put into them, the better the agents will actually do the task and perform for you. So Bob showed you the example of the SOP from creating RSAs with the rapid iteration loop. The thing there is just it's not that we're asking, okay, create me 15 headlines and 4 descriptions and maybe a few small instructions. You saw how extensive it was, and it is because he had already created a mental model, a framework on how to actually test and operate RSA testing, the iteration loop as we call it. And by putting that inside of the SOP, the output is actually so much better than if you use ChatGPT and say, okay, give me 15 headlines. There's like, with each and every step, we have a built-in checklist and guardrails and just steps for the agent to follow so that it doesn't drift and just does whatever it wants. And that is the same for all the other SOPs and skills that we have built. So now Alfred's going to show you how we take this knowledge base and turn it into something that actually an agent can run. And that is the key conversion here is, okay, we have this whole knowledge base, but how can AI actually start to use this? And in order to not overwhelm your agent with too much information, there's like a delicate balance there. So Alfred, take it away, man.
Yeah. Can you hear me all right? I hope yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, cool. So hi everyone. Bob just showed you his brain, the brain, with all the SOPs and skills and everything. And there is so much knowledge in there, but mostly those files were written to a human, also to an agent, obviously. But the primary target is a human, and when you read it, it's golden. You obviously know a lot about Google Ads. When you read an SOP and you read what you need to do there, you already know how that applies to your client. You already know what you need to do in the UI or even in Google Ads Editor to make that change. That's where the human part comes in, and that's what you need to explain to an LLM model, even to Claude Code. Some of the things they know, because obviously some of them it's in the training data, but obviously the SOPs and knowledge bases that Bob created is not just what you can find outside on the internet or what Google recommends. Is also his experience built into it, Miles' experience built into it. Those are things Claude doesn't know unless we tell him. And so my job was to take all those files and how we can translate that to skill, because you cannot just take the 200 something files and just dump it to Claude and then figure it out. That's not going to work in that way. You can try, but I'm 100% sure the output's going to be the same, because there are two main issues that you have to fix when you are trying to translate a SOP or any file to a skill. And those two issues are the statelessness and the context window limits. And focusing on the statelessness first, that means that whenever you start a session with one of these LLMs, the session is completely new. So they don't have any knowledge about previous chats and stuff like that. This is true for Claude Code. This is true for ChatGPT in the web browser, for Claude himself in the web browser. every session you start, it's basically starting with a blank slate. What they do, obviously, these model providers, they use all kinds of tricks. So they save certain things from your previous chats in a memory. Even inside ChatGPT, you can even observe the memory that ChatGPT gathered about you. They can also obviously search previous sessions that you had with Claude, but that's not like a standard thing or like a actual memory. That's just all basically files in the background of on their servers that's gathered, and that gives you a feel of they have a continuous memory, but they don't. So every time you start up Claude Code, every time you start up any coding agent, this is true for Gemini, Codex, whatever, they don't really have a memory about previous sessions. They don't really know what they are looking at. So you start them up in a coding base, for example, everything is new for them. So you have to make sure somehow that's explained and somehow it makes sense for them. And then the other problem is the context window limit. So if you don't know what context window exactly is, so think about a big jar where everything goes in during the session. So when you start a conversation with Claude, you put the jar in the middle and you write your question on a post-it note, you put it in the jar, Claude takes it out and he puts back his post-it note there. And those add up. At the moment, the advertised context window is 1 million tokens. That's the advertised context window. The context window that you can actually use, it's around 250, 300,000 tokens, because after that, you can see that the answer quality is going down and down and down, because that's called context rot, if you want to make it like a fancy term. But the problem is that the more information is in the session, the more information the LLM needs to handle. So at the beginning of the conversation is just a small amount of information. Maybe you had a question, maybe Claude had to read 4 files and then he answered you. And then you ask another question and maybe you upload 10 more files. And all of a sudden he has to look at 20 different files and try to give you still a quality answer. It's some things gonna get lost, some things he's not gonna be able to handle. And just imagine when you try to throw 200 files into this. So if we take the knowledge base that Bob created and we just chuck it into Claude and like, make no mistakes, it's not going to work in that way, because the context window just going to will be filled with the files and there's no quality room left to ask questions about what you are trying to do. So yeah, these are the main problems. There are other problems as well that you need to fix along the way, but these two are the main issues when you are looking at translating a traditional human SLP into a skill. So these two are the biggest challenges that we had to fix. And the fix number 1, that was basically for the statelessness. So how we solve that Claude has a memory. And for that, inside the PPC OS, we created all kinds of folders and different folder structures. So you have a main folder that you have to imagine as your agency's office, where you step in, and then there are multiple doors, and each door is one of the clients, and each client has their own room. So in the main folder, the agency folder, we call it the hub folder, you have all kinds of other folders, and each folder is for a client, and then inside each client folder, you have just context about that client. This obviously makes each client folder its unique word, its own word. And then inside each client folder, you have all kinds of files about the client. You have all kinds of changes that you made. The memory builds up over there over time. So once you start up Claude inside, for example, client A folder, there is all kinds of knowledge there about the client. There's all kinds of history there. So Claude can read all those files, and basically that will be its memory. The same as you have in the ChatGPT app, and you have a chat and they pick up something and they store it automatically. Here, there is all kinds of information that also you can provide, but also builds up during the use of the tool. And that's basically how the statelessness is going to be solved. These folders, so the client folders are isolated from each other. So if you make a change in client folder A, it doesn't really have an impact on client folder B. They also don't contaminate each other, and you can make all kinds of changes in both folders without affecting anything on the bigger seam. And then how we solved this is still the memory solving, but also now the context window solving part is that there is something called the Claude MD file. So if we use Claude Code, we recommend to use Claude Code, but this file is present in any other coding agent as well. So for Codex, it's called agents.md. What I like about these LLM providers, they can't really come to a protocol, so everyone uses the same, and everyone uses their own to make life even harder, but whatever. So the Claude MD file, how you have to imagine that is a simple MD file with a set of instructions. You have to look at it as a system prompt that's loaded into the session every time. So as soon as you start up Claude inside the folder and the client and the Claude MD is present there, that will enter the chat actually, and that's something that's loaded in and processed by Claude. So he already knows some information. So now to make this like with an example, think about you have your own office where you have your client stuff and you hire an intern. And when the intern comes to work to you, behind each door you have a room, and inside each room you have something about the client. So there is a room where the goals are stored. There's a room where you store all the Google Ads data about your client. There is a room where you store all the context about, I don't know, their business goals and other things. And then you look at your intern, the newly hired intern, and you say, hey, can you check the Google Ads data and also the goals of the client and bring me a report? If there are no labels on the doors, the intern gonna need to open every door until he finds the information and then comes back to you. And that's how Claude MD works, basically. So the Claude MD gonna label each folder for Claude and gonna tell Claude, hey, here you can find this, there you can find that, and this is more or less how you can get the information, and this is how I want you to handle the information. So if with the Claude MD you set certain general rules, you set certain, like a map for Claude. So as soon as in the PPCOS you start up a conversation with Claude Code, he knows exactly where the client context is. He knows exactly where the data is from Google Ads. He knows exactly where the brand guidelines are. So when you ask Claude to write an RSA inside PPCOS, you use the RSA maker skill, you don't have to explain anymore who the client is or how they talk or what they like or how they need to write the headlines. You just fire up the skill. Everything else is there for Claude. He knows what to do, how to do that in our way of doing that, or maybe your way of doing that if you change the skill. And that's it. So everything is there. So this is how we more or less try to fix the statelessness and also the memory issues that you face with every LLM. And now to the part where how we use the skills and all the things that Bob showed. So when you look at the skill, I took here a snippet out of one of the SOPs that Bob created about search term reports. So when you start reading this and you go through the first thing, you see filter out terms with more conversions than zero, so that converted. That's a really nice sentence. Even an agent can use it because it's really explicit. You know exactly what you need to do. Now you come to the second sentence and you see scan for words completely unrelated to your business. That's nice when you are a human and you read it because you know what's unrelated to business. When Claude reads it, yeah, what's unrelated to your business then? You have to explain that. So that's, for example, where we use a business.md, where all the things are explained about the business. So you help Claude explain what is unrelated to the business. Because otherwise, you let an agent figure it out on its own. And then it's either good or not. Because then you are in the mercy of the LLM and the decisions of the LLM. If you provide the information to the LLM, hey, this is the business, and you can even explain, obviously, what's relevant and what's not relevant, then the agent will understand the SOP a bit better. So if you go further, like discover categories dynamically, name them by intent. Yeah, here is again a judgment call. So what's relevant, what's not relevant, that's different for each account. You have to somehow translate this SOP to the agent in a way that they understand this. Negatives, for example, we have certain SOPs, how to add negatives and what we do with the negatives and in which way we add them. That's also, you have to make sure as soon as the agent needs that part of the SOP, it's accessible. And he knows how to read that, he knows where to find it and in which way to interpret that. Then you come to applying changes. Some of our skills make direct changes in the Google Ads account if you allow it. So it's never automatic. But for you, adding a negative, and if you see that in the SOP, Bob doesn't really have to explain to you how to do that. If you are a bit better Google Ads specialist, you should know how to add a negative keyword. So now you go to the UI, you click whatever. But for an LLM, that's not obvious. And you have to explain that. And that's where in the skill, there is a dedicated section on how to add a negative keyword, because there are multiple ways to do that. And if you ask an LLM 10 times, he's going to do it in 10 different ways. And that's what you also want to prevent. You don't want to let the LLM decide. So these are also things that we had to define in a skill. How to exclude a negative. Use this script, use this step, use always this way, because this is what we want. This is how it works. Because then you know, every time you use the skill, he uses the same approach, the same way. So he doesn't invent all kinds of new ways to do that. So yeah, this is basically, yeah, the SOP is a recipe on how you want to do it, but then when you add an agentic layer on top of it, you need to be really more detailed. You need to explain also things that you wouldn't need to explain to a human. And that adds all kinds of other complexities as well. And I want to just further highlight the same example. So when you do search term review, even if you read the SOP by hand, you just get the data, you sort them by cost, maybe you get the terms, you flag them, and you add them the negatives, and you note down the changes that you made. So for a human, that's more or less what it would look like. When you use this as a skill, you fire up the search term auditor, and then there is a part which explains to the LLM which data to pull, how to pull that data, what to do with the data once it's pulled. That has nothing to do with the SOP. So you're still just explaining a really small small part of the step. And then finding irrelevance, you have to define how to do that. And for this business, what's irrelevant, what's not irrelevant. So that's where the whole folder structure comes in. So Claude can make nuance between, okay, this is a furniture business, so for them this and this is irrelevant, or maybe they have a growth target, or maybe they have some other targets, then the relevant term also changes. Then adding negatives, that's where you explain, okay, how you want him to do that. Use the API or don't use the API, make the output a CSV or make the output whatever else you want. But these are things that you have to define, because otherwise, if you don't define something, the LLM going to make a decision. And if it's not defined, he's going to make every time a different decision. And you won't be able to see where it goes wrong, if it goes wrong. So these are all things you have to define in a skill. And what you don't see is, obviously Bob showed the whole how he created the OS, so the knowledge base himself. But when you look at the search term auditor, so just one single skill, so I'm still talking about the same skill, there goes a lot into it. So this single skill uses 9 different files. This is just the theory part of it, and it works together with 4 different skills, other skills. And this is just the theory part. So I still haven't touched the data part, because that also has to be explained somewhere. So for PPCOS, we use the API because that's the best way to get data. And in each skill that we create, there is a defined Google Ads query that the agent needs to use. So what we don't want when we work with Cloud Code or agents like this, you don't want the agent to invent or define the query, because they will do it every time differently, and you will get every time a different data set. So we define the query for them. Hey, this is the query, this is what you need to use. There is a script that helps the agent to run that query, because if you don't provide the script or you don't define that, predefine that, every time they're going to use a different way to fire the query. You also don't want that. Then there is another script inside the skill that helps the agent analyze the data, because now we go back again to the context window problem. It doesn't even have to be a super huge account. In a medium-sized account, if you pull down the search term queries for last 60 days, they're going to be at least 500,000 rows, easily. You can't just dump that to Claude and then, help yourself. They're going to read the first 300 lines, and then the rest going to be just assumptions and hallucinations. So there is a script that just going to analyze the data, make like a summary of the bigger changes, highest spend, things like that. So it makes more sense, and it's a bit more condensed. And that's what you give to the agent. And also with the raw data. So if he still needs to double check something, it's there, but you help the agent to analyze the data, because there are, with the context windows, that's still a hard limit. So these all needs to be defined, and then how you send it back. like when you make a change in the account, how to do that. There is also dry runs, things like that. You need these things to be defined into the skill. Some of our skills have more than 4-6 files, which are like 400-500 lines, and then you have 3-4 different scripts attached to it. Yeah, because you need to explain all this when you start working with the skills. And yeah, one skill can take days because we run it, then there's some issue, then the agent doesn't understand what we want. We need to fine tune that, we test it, and then you go back and forth, then you get feedback from the users. So yeah, there is some work in making a skill from an SOP, and it's just, and you can see now that it's not just taking the SOPs and then throwing it to Claude. You can do it like that as well, but then you have a lot less control and you don't really know what exactly happens when Claude makes a decision. Yeah, at the moment we have 29 skills, but Bob already showed you these parts. I'm going to skip this. And yeah, this is like a iceberg showing of what you do. So when you use the search term auditor, you type it into Claude. Yeah, there's a bit more behind it. For you, it's just a slash command, but there is all kinds of other things that happened before we got to the slash command. And there should be an important question. Are skills enough to have? They are, but they are just a part of the conversation, because you have the best practices of every account, like tracking structure, naming, and stuff like that. Those are things also that the LLM knows, even without any SOPs, because that's in like training data and general knowledge almost. So they can give you really good answers. If you ask now Cloud Code, even without any training, should you combine brand and non-branded keywords, he will say no. Probably almost, because that's like, yeah, everyone knows that. Then you have the skills, there's the second layer. And yeah, this is how you do things, how you make an RSA, how you do a search term review, how you do a shopping campaign review or whatever. These are the things that we also work on. And then you have this third layer, that's obviously the business of the client, because you still need to explain what's important for the client. Is that profit, or is that ROAS, or is that whatever else? And these three need to work together. And so doing the skills without layer 3 doesn't really make much sense, because then the agent just going to make assumptions, obviously. So you still need to provide the third layer in every case. The second layer, yeah, if you use PPCOS, then it's more or less provided for you, because we created a lot of skills. But still, I would like to say everyone should make their own skills, even if you use PPCS. And if you don't use PPCS, then you definitely should make your own skills, because the skills are the way on telling an LLM how you do things, and nobody gonna do that for you. So if you are an agency, if you are a freelancer, and you do things a certain way, and if you want to make that Claude also does that, you are the only one that can explain that to Claude, because yeah, that's work that nobody will do for you. I don't know how you write an RSA, so that's the only person that can define that for Claude. So yeah, everyone should build their own skills, in my opinion. And this was my part.
Yes, awesome. Thank you, Alfred. Yeah, so you can see, guys, how much goes into firstly developing your knowledge base, and then secondly also developing, well, translating that into something that AI can use, and not only use because it can use the files raw as well, but as Alfred said, you need to think about those things to make sure that it does what you want it to do repeatedly over time, and that it doesn't drift and yeah, just create different output every single time you run it again. So yeah, hopefully that gave you some insights into how into how we have built PPC OS, and what you can take from that as well for yourself. So let me find my slides again, and then we continue with the final part of this morning session. And then we have a little break, and then we go into interviews this afternoon. But we covered so far, today's focus was how to win in the agentic era by becoming an AI first Google Ads specialist who runs an army of AI agents on a custom operating system, which you hopefully understand what goes into it and why is it so important now, so that you can execute and strategize so you can grow businesses and not just ad accounts. And today we've covered all the three things that are new in terms of what is required from a mindset, skill set, and tool stack. So just to recap, the AI first identity and mindset is just how you use AI to free up time to focus on what really works or what really impacts results, but not blindly trusting AI and having that human in the loop, continuing to developing your own skills and knowledge, even when you use AI powered systems, so that you can be the one who judges and directs AI to focus on what needs to be done. And then in terms of your own skill set, not AI skills, but your own skill set as a specialist, you need to be able in this new era, think in terms of systems. How do you get your agents to work in multi-step workflows? As Alfred showed you, context management. How do you make sure that you get it to do a task, but then don't give it too much so that it then requires too many tokens? The context window gets bloated and then it starts to hallucinate. How do you make those how do you make your own operating system, your own AI ready knowledge docs, and translate those into skills that your agents can actually use? Bottleneck diagnosis. There's a whole new skill set that you need to master in this new era, which honestly just takes a little bit of time because it's also new. So the AI first tool stack just looks like this. You have the tech. For us, it's Cloud Code run within Cursor, connecting to the Google Ads API. Then the operating system and context, the two most important things with everything you have. Your operating system consists of the knowledge base, your knowledge docs, your SOPs, and how you translate that into skills that can actually be used by a tool like Cloud Code so that it can run the tasks and execute for you. And Bob made a good comment. He said that the audit that he did still took him an afternoon to complete because he had to spend so much time gathering context. And now on LinkedIn, you will read posts like, oh yeah, I audited my account in 90 seconds. And yes, running the / command, and then it's not even 90 seconds because you have to wait for the skill to complete, which takes a little bit of time. But you can, of course, you can run in PPC OS as well. You can run the / command for the audit skill, and then it's going to run and it's going to give you output. But it's never that simple. Like, you need to gather more context and go back and forth and dive deeper into things. And then you need to, you get questions about why was this done? You go back to your client. So it's never that simple like you see on LinkedIn, like, oh yeah, I did an audit in 90 seconds. But yeah, the most important thing is just your operating system and the context you put in, which is the background information about your business, your targets, performance goals, etc. And then obviously also the quality checks that Alfred showed you to make sure that the hallucination doesn't happen. So just a few more minutes and then we are getting ready for the afternoon programming. How do you actually get there? And you become AI first with these 5 moves. 1, rethink how you position yourself. So how do you stay ahead in the agentic era? Then you need to deepen your own fundamentals, so you improve your judgment and direction. Then you need to develop your new AI first skill set so you can focus on what truly impacts results. You need to set up your agentic workspace. We recommend Cloud Code. You can get started for $20 a month. And you need to build your own custom OS with knowledge docs, SOPs, AI ready skills, etc. in your client specific business context. And then the outcome of that will be that you can go 10x deeper with the same time that you have available. So now you've become an AI first Google Ads specialist who grows businesses and not just ad accounts. But yeah, building your own OS takes a lot of time. And when we first presented this in the PPC Hub a couple of months ago, we had this post from Vincent, one of our members. He said that he had been trying to map out his own knowledge base, but he quickly realized that it would take him hundreds of hours to do properly. And you saw how much went into these docs. So he just said, screw it. I'm going to rely on the PPC OS knowledge base. And now he's running that for his clients. So for those of you who want to speed run the process and take a massive shortcut, we have already done most of the hard work. We're, of course, like continuing to refine and fine tune. But for those of you who want to take this shortcut, then PPC OS is available for you in the PPC Hub. You get access to all these files in the backend, so you can actually look under the hood. PPC OS can handle most of the execution, and especially moving forward, we're going to release more and more skills. So now it can already do full account audits, conversion tracking audits, bits and budget audits and optimization, geo-targeting verticals. I saw your post. Geo-targeting analysis, placement audits and optimization, keywords, search terms, unit economics audits, RSA optimization, creating irresistible offers, quality score, landing pages, you name it. And we also help you automatically gather that business context and data. So yeah, we try to make it super simple to just plug in. But for those of you who are a bit more next level, you can also use the PPC OS docs that Bob presented to create your own forks. And so on the roadmap we have now, we're currently building a feed optimizer skill. But there's much more coming for PMAX and products, and more on ad copy, more on audiences. Ultimately, we're going to have everything that's going to be able to be done by PPC OS. And the difference that makes for your output is that if you're already using AI right now, it's probably a little bit hit or miss. And with PPC OS, it references all those docs constantly, not all the time at the same time, but whenever you run a certain skill, and it acts in line with your instructions. In terms of context, it goes from having no consistent memory to having memory and context that you can add to it within minutes, that can be used on every task. The setup of your own OS would probably take you months to build, and yeah, you can just plug into our system today if you want to. In terms of maintenance, we're already doing all the maintenance, making sure that it's all up to date, constantly working on refinements whenever new best practices come out, things that we have learned, new skills that we're developing, constantly incorporating the feedback from ourselves and our members into PPC OS. And yeah, this is just now I'm getting into the territory, of course, of like boasting about our own product, but it is like my mind is blown every single day I see this tech and I use it. So yeah, I hope I can give you that enthusiasm without sounding too salesy, of course. Then in terms of risk, I saw some people commenting about the potential risk of getting hacked, etc. You see this more happening now. With PPC OS, we show you a way to set it all up safely and securely, plus getting guidance to stay protected in terms of how to protect your API keys, etc., which is super important now, even more than before. And in terms of speed, you go from slow and manual process to just fast, repeatable workflows, which you can use quickly like that. And how you feel ultimately is also going to change because, well, you saw it in the meetup in Sydney. A lot of guys, a lot of specialists there were feeling uncertain and overwhelmed. And now, 2-3 months later, at our latest barbecue last week, we saw people, and they had a feeling that they were much more in control and like they have superpowers, and going from overwhelmed to feeling empowered. So with PPC OS, you can focus on what you do best, which is growing businesses. Then you can leave building the AI-ready system to us. And here are just a few highlights from what we've seen in the PPC Hub already. Olivia, I saw you were here as well. She said that she can now run search term analysis while doing the ironing, and security rabbit hole nobody warned me about. She mentioned that she was just doing the ironing, and in the background, Claude was running search term analysis. And yeah, it's just same thing with us. Once your mind is open to what it can do, you feel like the world was never the same. We saw Benjamin, who was able to shift 5,000 euros of budget to better converting terms. Mate created a landing page variant in 5 minutes. Mark was able to analyze 6 months of headline performance in 5 minutes and create a one-pager PDF based on our docs. Yes, he said that his way of working completely changed, and he doesn't have to figure it out on his own again. Stefan, landing page creation, well, you name it, guys. It's just insane. Like, obviously I'm showing the proof now, but it's just really insane once you start using this, how much more you can get done. And the feeling that you have, I call it the Claude Code rush, when you start using it, and all of a sudden you have created this landing page in 20 minutes, and it's following the best practices, and it's not like an AI slob landing page. Auditing complete accounts in just a few hours instead of a few days. But we also saw people that completely changed and transformed in how they look at AI. Because Adi, he said that I was very reluctant to believe that it would handle large and complex accounts like I am testing it on, but it did it with ease. So that's the cool thing about Claude Code. It can process a lot of data at once, without hallucinating like a ChatGPT would do, for example. And there's a lot of side benefits to this as well. Like, because it is an agent that is self-learning and trying to solve problems as it goes. It saw it for one of our members, Martin. Claude Code found a security issue in the code that they didn't know existed. So he sent that to his developers, and they fixed it in minutes, increasing the security of their landing pages. So those are side things, side benefits as well that you're seeing, that you're getting when you use these types of tools. Or like Volkan, one of our members who was using, I have to look for the name of the tool, Perspective. Perspective. And his landing page experience was below average for so long, and he just couldn't figure it out because it was a highly optimized landing page. But then his agent found out that this tool had an issue with the robots.txt file. So it could not be read by AI, by Google. And so it just figured like, okay, I cannot access it, below average landing page experience. So then he found that, he sent that to the CEO of Perspective. They fixed it. His quality score went up, and yeah, just imagine the performance boosts. And that is not even part of the SOPs or the skills. It's just like that was what the agent found itself. So you get that with it as well. And so, yeah, we have this golden opportunity ahead of us now, not only because the tools are so good, but because the vast majority of people are not using it yet, and they are going to wake up slowly to the benefits of this. But we have to make sure that you stay safe as well. So I have to mention, be careful out there and don't go wandering out on your own, because there's all kinds of dangers out there. People with bad intentions, malicious softwares or skills. You can download all kinds of skills super easily, but it's super easy to spike them with bad codes, giving hackers access to your data, to your API keys. So it's basically a wild west out there with no regulation at all. And I compare that to RuneScape, a game that I loved playing as a kid, where you have a safe zone and then you have the wilderness or the wildie. And there's always people trying to lure you into the wildie, saying, oh, hey, if you jump this line, then I can help you get a lot of free gold. And then they do a magic spell on you so you can't escape, and then they kill you and they take all your stuff. And that's kind of how it works right now as well, because it's all so new. It's all so unregulated still. There is a lot of dangers out there if you don't know what you're doing. So my invitation to you is just go with us. Stick with us, follow the path. If you're already in the PPC Hub, then you know it already. If you're not in the PPC Hub, then you can follow our path, which is not dangerous at all. We will show you what to avoid and what you should avoid and what you should do to make sure that you do this all safely. So to round this up, AI agents are the biggest multiplier of our time, because they multiply your output. You can do in minutes what used to take hours, or in hours what used to take a whole week. As a result, you can go deeper on existing projects, or you can take on more clients without burning out. Your results will improve because of that. Your clients trust you more. Leadership sees your impact. and ultimately you can just charge more because you become more valuable. Or you can work less without sacrificing income. And ultimately, it's just not only about the money side of things, but it's about being ahead of the curve, having a thriving career. And that is what happens when you become an AI first Google Ads specialist in this new agentic era. So lastly, in the PPC Hub, we can help you master the knowledge, the skills, and the systems to be able to win in the agentic era. So first, we have the Google Ads Success Path. If you are already in the PPC Hub, then you know how important it is to develop your own knowledge and skills. But we have the Success Path, where we show you, well, everything you need to know about driving results with Google Ads. Then we have the T-shaped paths, and that is different content on the skills that stack on top to become develop those broader skills to be able to impact results on the business level as well. And then of course we have the systems, and we help you go deeper, scale faster, and work smarter with PPC OS, which is our AI powered system. You've seen it now, you know all the docs that go into it. It would, like, it's not even a sales tactic. Like, it would take you hundreds of hours to create it, because that is what it takes for us, and we're constantly redeveloping and building on top of it. But you can just plug in to PPC OS in the PPC Hub, and you can even create your own variations, your own forks, because you get to look under the hood as well, which is not the case for all the other AI tools out there. And so with that, we can help you become an AI first Google Ads specialist with superpowers, and we'll help you master all of these 3 knowledge, skills, and the systems inside the PPC Hub, so that you can win in the agentic era. So to round it up here, we'll go into our break soon. What we have covered today: how to win in the agentic era by becoming an AI first Google Ads specialist who runs an army of AI agents on a custom OS that execute and strategize for you, so you can grow businesses and not just ad accounts. And for everyone in the PPC Hub, the rest of the month will be the PPC Hub AI month, which you also get access to if you join the PPC Hub. And this is going to be 4 sessions every single week to improve results and productivity with AI agents. And we're going to do a lot of roundtables and more workshops to make more out of PPC OS, see how other people are using it, how our freelancers using it, and in-house versus agencies, how to get your team on board. Just the whole month is going to be themed around making more out of this whole agents, out of this whole agent setup and PPC OS specifically, but just in general, like, how do you stay ahead in this agentic era? And you get access to that as well if you join. So enrollment is going to close on June 9th. We will have, you can just join through ppcmastery.com/hub. We have single tickets and team tickets. You can find all the information on the landing page. And that is the end of this morning session. So coming up, we will take a 45-minute break. Firstly, I will say thank you, Bob and Alfred. I know you guys will not be at the afternoon program. Thank you so much for joining us. We will be back at 1 p.m. Amsterdam time. And then I'm going to talk firstly to Louis Bogdan. He's the founder of Affirmed, one of our members in the PPC Hub, about how becoming AI first has changed his career. And the reason why I'm doing these conversations is because, well, we're giving you pretty much the theory this morning, but in the afternoon, I want you to hear from real specialists who have actually applied that, sort of prove that the systems that we showed you actually work. So Louis has a cool story. He went from freelancing with just a handful of small clients to really speed running the Google Ads Success Path, going through it like super fast and soaking up all that knowledge. And then once we started to release PPC OS, he started to embed that in his daily workflows. He partnered up with Niku, one of our other members, and now they, in just 5-6 months, they went from where he was before to more than 40 ecom clients that they're servicing with the 2 of them, because they have PPC OS that they're using on a daily basis. So time and execution is no longer a bottleneck for them. So they just scale. and you'll hear from him first, and then from Ramial Aqeel. He's freelance Google Ads expert, and we're going to be talking something similar, like what it means to him to be an AI first Google Ads specialist. But for him, it's a little bit of a different angle because Ramial uses AI based automation to be able to serve his clients deeper. So he's like, you can see Lewis is really going for the volume game, and Ramial is more so of the go deep with clients, help them on the business level. And so there's two different stories there that are definitely going to be inspiring. So we will continue at 1. I'm gonna take some lunch now and a coffee. Then we'll be back at 1 with just live chats with these two lads. With that said, Alfred, Bob, thank you so much, guys. Thank you everyone for joining. Don't click away or join again at 1, because we'll come back at 1. All right, guys. I will see you in a bit when we continue with Lewis and Ramiel.
Hello, hello.
All right, guys, we're getting ready for round 2. Okay. So I briefly wanted to catch up on 2 questions. Then we go into my chat with Louis. So, got this comment. Are there also instructions on how to set up Cloud Code Cursor Google Ads API if you join the PPC Hub? Yes, we have a really structured, to the point setup guide. Should have mentioned that to make it super easy for you to set up these tools. So, yes. And from Matthias, setting it up, can we walk through a setup process for business context for every client of ours? Can you say something to that? Yeah, in the PPC Hub, we show you how to gather and add context to your client folders with skills that we have created for that. So yeah, that is all in the PPC Hub. And yeah, we don't have a PPC OS landing page yet, but that will come soon, and that will have more of all the information on there as well. In terms of demos and, well, how the intricacies of how it works. But we have a really good, straightforward setup guide, which is only about an hour and a half, and it will help you set up, yeah, the new PPC OS in Cloud Code. Okay, let's continue, guys. All right, I needed that. So this morning, guys, we dove into how to win in the agentic era. Yeah, I hope you all liked it. I definitely enjoyed doing this workshop. It is super important now to become AI first, because there's just a lot of there's not only a lot of opportunity ahead of us, but also a little bit of the danger of, well, other people taking all the opportunities. And I guess one of the examples is coming after in this chat. You're going to see how Louis, who is 21, was able to transform his freelance business to an agency with someone who he met in the PPC Hub. So yeah, we're going to do just that. So let me introduce Louis, guys. Then afterwards, I'm going to be talking to Ramial. And then we can jump straight in. So this morning was all about a little bit more of the theory and this well, showing the concepts. And this afternoon I'm talking to 2 people who have actually already gone through the shift themselves, so you can learn from them and from their journeys. So let me start by introducing Louis Bogdan. He's 21, and after freelancing with e-commerce brands out of London, he founded Affirmed. And honestly, his story is one of the best transformation stories that I've ever heard. Because before the PPC Hub, Louis, well, he said in his words, he had taken more than 50 Google Ads courses. And when he found the Google Ads Success Path, he just speed ran through it. And he didn't just watch a few lessons here and there, but he went through every single lesson and absorbed all the knowledge he could. So he's really, truly one of the most just hungry students that we've ever had in terms of hunger to succeed and develop himself. And then when we launched PPC OS, he moved much faster than almost anyone. And he took it, he layered his own work on top, and he built a custom system for his agency that now runs his whole delivery, well, most of it anyway. And the best part is that he met his co-founder Niku Mandal in the PPC Hub. And so in about 6 months, they went from having barely any clients to over 40 e-com clients. And they didn't necessarily do it by working more hours, but by building a system that freed them up to focus on what actually grows the business. So with that said, let me pull up Lewis. Yo, yes, there we are.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, man, I can hear you all
Awesome.
right. Welcome,
Nice.
mate. Welcome. So Lewis, can you just tell us a little bit like who you are, what you do, how you got started with Google Ads, and then specifically like, yeah, just talking a little bit about your journey, what types of clients you work with right now, and then we'll get into how becoming AI first has really helped you and transformed your career to where you are now.
For sure, absolutely. So, as you've already mentioned, I'm quite young for the industry. Ultimately, the way I got into Google Ads was I had a completely different career path ahead of me. I was gonna go to university for computer science and graduate, become a developer, and so on and so forth. But by around the age of 16, I was coding my own software and trying to sell them. And although I had the best product in the market on the niche, um, I wasn't getting clients. So that set me down a rabbit hole of like understanding client acquisition and marketing. And I learned about Google Ads, and I was like, wow, this is amazing. Like this alone can get you a ton of clients. So I fell in love with Google Ads, and that's that was my in. And completely changed the trajectory of like my entire career path, because then I got really good at it, and then I noticed there was quite a big demand, so just started doing it for people. um, but yeah, I think as you said already, I was very hungry to learn about Google Ads because it's very hard to learn from like official documentation. Usually, you need to learn from other experts who've done it before you, and that's really where the main knowledge comes from, not Google itself. Like, there's a joke that goes around that you can't really trust Google when it comes to Google Ads, perhaps. But yeah, that was basically my journey, and I was really struggling to find like really good knowledge. I just felt like everything wasn't really being explained how it should be. And then after around 50 courses, which like some of them were short, some of them were long, I finally joined the PPC hub. And I have to say the way Bob teaches in there is exactly what I needed. Like he breaks it down to its principles, and he goes from like a top level strategy all the way down to like, this is why you take this decision in Google Ads because of this thing all the way up here, right? So that really helped me. And then the PPC OS comes out, and it just blew my mind. And yeah, that's basically where I'm at. Just trying to be the best student, and as a byproduct of that, I became a really good Google Ads expert. So that's
Yeah.
basically my journey so far.
Yeah, that's cool, man. And then somewhere along the way, because you were at our meetup in December, and you were at
Yeah.
our barbecue last week. In between that, it's only like 6 months. But when I spoke to you then, you were in a totally different place than where you are now. I think in December you had already gone through the success path and everything, and the hunger was there to really like build something. And then I think around that time you posted something in the PPC hub asking just open question like, does anyone want to build something together with me? Could you just talk about that? Because I think that is what led to you
Yeah.
then now having the
So
agency with Niku, right?
so for sure, yeah. So I used to do freelancing, and I wouldn't say we're a traditional agency in the sense of we have a bunch of employees and stuff, because realistically right now it's just me and my co-founder and my custom agent that I built, right? So it's actually just 3 employees right now, technically. But yeah, I wanted to build something bigger that could outscale me personally, and just partnered up with someone that I found in the community. We both had the same vision, and yeah, everything has just clicked. But yeah, I think also that is a huge bonus of like the PPC hub. It's not just the knowledge; it's also the community that you guys have built. It's truly amazing.
Yeah, man. So where did that partnership that you have with Niku? I know you found it through the PPC hub. How did that start? Because you know, you can't really just start anything with anyone. There has to be some match in terms of how you work, your vision.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just have to align on so many things. What did that process look like? Because it sounds like you found someone that is really a good partner for you. But what were you looking for specifically? And then we can go into the AI stuff.
Well, I was specifically looking for someone who, already matched my level in terms of expertise, because I didn't really want to partner up with someone who didn't understand Google Ads. So already that
Mm,
um, that was the main thing, but also just someone who didn't want to, who was also in a similar position, that was a freelancer, and they wanted to build something bigger. So um, we didn't go straight into it. We started speaking, and we started working on some clients together just to see the chemistry. And then we're like, yeah, we really compensate each other very well. And it just went off from there. So yeah, I did get really
mm,
lucky with Niku. But ultimately, there's so many people that applied when I made the post. And out of all of them, Niku
mm.
just ticked off every box for me. Um,
Nice.
what I mean by that also is, at the time I was working on building my OS that basically runs the agency top to bottom, or my service delivery. And yeah, Niku just really pulled through, because most of my efforts, like, he understood what we are building at a firm is way bigger. And if he just helps me a little bit more on the service delivery side, allows me to focus on the app, that the OS. um, Ultimately, long term, it's going to come back around to him, and all the clients that we're currently managing together, it's basically completely automated now. So
Mm,
so yeah, he understood that. He was
mm,
down for, how can I say, the sacrifice. I don't know how else I can explain it,
mhm.
but yeah, he really held it down whilst I was focused on building the AI stuff, which
Yeah.
was inspired by the PPCOS.
Yeah, super cool, man. So yeah, maybe we can dive into that. So from your perspective, this morning we spoke a lot about the need to become AI first and developing the new mindset, skill set, and tool stack to thrive in this new sort of agentic era. Um, to you, what does it mean to you to be AI first? Because obviously, like the growth that you guys have had in such a short time, and what you're doing now between the two of you, you wouldn't be able to do if you had like this old manual mindset, you know?
Yeah. So Uh, so here's an interesting take or opinion of mine. AI first by itself doesn't really make sense, right? People just
Mm,
think to be AI first. I think there's always something you have to add at the end, which is an AI first what, right? So
mm,
AI first Google Ads expert, AI first consultant, AI first accountant. It's always an expertise, right? So being AI first by itself, in my opinion, doesn't really make sense. It's when you apply it to someone's expertise, or someone's the field they work in. And I think a lot of people are too busy trying to become AI experts, when, as you said earlier, you don't need to know everything inside out about how AIs work to use it very effectively, right?
mm,
You just need to know how to apply AI to your specific field or niche, right? Which doesn't require you to learn the intricacies and all of that stuff, which I think a lot of people are chasing, like the shiny objects, like, oh, I need to learn absolute everything inner workings of AI, when in reality, what I think an AI first expert is someone who, first of all, is an expert in the industry or niche, right? So you have to learn the stuff first, to make those decisions, to guide the system, to guide the AI in the right direction. Um, and once you're there, you can layer AI on top of it, and that's what it means to be
mm,
AI first, right? And in my opinion,
mm,
it's, you still need to be the expert. You can't
mm,
um, just rely on the AI to do everything. And that's why you guys, have the course and the PPCOS and all the knowledge publicly available. So because I think this was your saying that I heard it from, a fool with a tool is still a fool, right?
mm,
Um, you still need to become the expert in the first place uh, to be an AI. first driven expert, if I may.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, that's kind of my take on it.
Cool. I can't take credit for that quote. I did say it, but it's not like I didn't invent it, unfortunately. But yeah, I totally agree, man. If you don't have the knowledge to back it up, then AI is going to make mistakes and it is going to
Yep.
hallucinate. But you can then be the one that redirects it or judges that it is bad output and you need something else. So yeah,
Yeah, because
super
sorry to
important to keep
interrupt you,
that
but
track.
I think we
Yeah.
we spoke about this yesterday, where even though modern planes, they have autopilot,
Mhm.
right? You still expect the pilot to have many hours of experience. You know, the guy in the cockpit that's overseeing all the controls and the buttons being pressed by the autopilot. So if things ever do hit the fan, you know, they can take over, because you know, autopilot can make mistakes. I think in that realm
Yeah.
and you know, the pilot has to take over. And you know, another analogy is, you still need a driver license to drive a Tesla, even though it's autopilot. So you still need the qualifications first and foremost. And yeah, I think you guys just do it all with like the PPC hub, which is a course, and then PPC OS, which is a tool, aka like the plane. And yeah, I think that's what it means to be AI first, right? Becoming the
Cool.
expert, then layering AI on top of it.
Yeah. So, how has using this new technology, BBCOS, but agents in general, how has that sort of reshaped your work? Are there things now that you were not be able to do had you not had the tools, or has anything just changed specifically? How has that all reshaped how you work?
Completely, like
Mm.
complete 180, because the amount, like just reporting to clients, you know, especially if you get a lot
Mm.
of clients, just reporting alone takes so much mental load and cognitive like thinking. um and with AI, you can just pull all the data at once, and you know, have it craft you a nice report and send it out as an email, all automated after your review, of course. That just stuff like that alone will save you hours, right? And then you know, the sky's the limit, because you can make it do pretty much everything, like diagnosing accounts. um I created like an algorithm that basically uh deterministically decides what is wrong with an account, right? And I basically have AI run that across all my clients and instantly tells me the diagnostic. I don't have to open up and try to pull together different parts of data from this, you know, from this analytics dashboard, from that analytics dashboard.
Yeah.
It all just gets done and just tells me, hey, this is the problem with this account right now, based on the logic you provided me. And it does that across all the accounts, you know, every day pretty much. So um, stuff like that, it's like, I don't think a human can take that many like different vectors of data and compile it into
Mhm.
a simple summary. You know, it just, especially for one
Uh,
person, you know, like I think it
mhm.
basically made you can basically be a one-man army with your little agents, and just completely dominate your field, whereas it would take
Yeah.
like 20 people to do that work, you know, prior to AI and stuff. So complete 180, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. I remember when I started off, like I was working at an agency, and back then, obviously, we didn't have AI yet. I think I was spending at least 1 day per month on reports, and these reports, they weren't even being read by the clients. You know,
Right.
it's just spending so much time. um and that's what we always say, like, okay, you automate or the execution so that you can focus on the things that actually matter, and that you can do less of the busy work. I think this is a perfect example. Like, you automate your reports for like 90%, and then you have the final 10% that you check. You make sure that the tone of voice, everything is good, which you can also program into the AI. But then, even if that saves you 1 hour or 1 day per month, like, that whole day you can spend on things that actually bring you leverage in terms of driving results.
Definitely.
And also for the clients themselves, they are not paying anymore for just getting a report that they probably won't even read anyway. It's a much better use of everyone's time. So,
I agree.
um, just looking at your work with PPCOS and AI right now, like, just ballpark, how much time do you think you're saving per week? And I know it's not about like AI is not necessarily about saving time because you use that time to go deeper, but just
Yeah.
like if you had to give it a number, what would you say?
Oh man, I would say like as of right now, like a solid 60% of my day is saved up.
Mm,
I would say after
yeah.
I fully finalize, and you guys also build out like the final skills that aren't built yet, like it can probably go up to 80%. But as you
Mm,
said, what do you do in the rest of that time? You do find stuff to fill it in. And in my case, which is also why we're able to grow so fast, is I can allocate that time to things that actually brings in revenue, which is getting clients, right? It's very hard to do both
mm,
client acquisition and deliver the service and do all the execution. Um, if you're trying to do it all yourself and you have limited time in a day. So once I was able to basically, automate using AI all the service delivery, still to the standard that I would do it manually, then I could just focus on getting clients. And if that's your only focus, then of course it's going to be, you're going to see more exponential growth because that's the only thing you're prioritizing, you're focusing
mm.
on. Um, but yeah, that's what I would say.
Yeah, cool, man. And what would you say what you still do versus what you let your agents do in terms of the actual work outside of outreach and growing your agency?
Yeah, yeah. So in terms of the service delivery world, which is Google Ads, I would say I more just orchestrate. I've become like more of a
Yeah.
orchestrator and a reviewer, right? So I don't let the agents just do what they want. I want to approve the work, make sure that it makes sense, and just guide them. Aside from that, I don't manually go into like the accounts and press the buttons myself and pull the data myself and analyze the data myself. All of that is basically completely automated, right? So I've become more like, again, the plain analogy. I've become more of the pilot. The autopilot is doing its thing, but I just oversee it and I ensure that in the end we get to our destination, if that makes sense, which is getting the
Yeah.
clients high ROAS.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, what does a week look like for you now? Because I think there's a lot of people that are still dabbling in maybe using these tools or not. Maybe like one leg or using ChatGPT, for example, like the chat-based AI. Now that you use, or maybe not even a week, but just a day, just an average day of you delivering the service to your clients with PPC OS or without. What does an average day look like? And take us through what you do, what the agents do, but more so. I know you just answered that, but I mean more so in terms of the workflow itself.
Right.
What happens from the moment you start, like you sit down and it's time to work? What does that look like for you for an average day?
Sure. So first thing I do is open up Claude. That's
Yeah.
that's the first step, right? Open up Claude Code, and I also open up my OS. And the first thing I get my agents to do is basically catch me up with what happened in the account since I last asked it to do those checks, right? So I run audits in the accounts. Usually people do them, they call them audits when they first onboard a client. I think you should
Hmm.
always audit the client's account to see where it's at. It's basically just diagnosing the accounts, and I basically get the agents to go into their accounts and pull summaries and give me audits. Remember, I told you I have like an algorithm that basically does that, and and just tell me what is wrong with each account or what needs to be done in the account for that day, right? So it's in it prioritizes tasks in a sense, right?
Hmm.
And again, with enough guardrails like you guys give in the SOPs or the knowledge docs, uh, you can control the output. So I get exactly what I'm looking for without all the fluff. As you said, you can control the tone, you can control what it outputs, right? So I get all of that, and then now I know what I need to do, what skills I need to trigger right next. So okay, if this account needs, for example, a search term analysis, then I'll run the search term analysis skill from the PPCOS and and let it do its thing, right? Of course, always under my review. I'm not at the stage where I can just blindly trust AI.
Hmm.
I'm still like, I still find it where um, it's very solid for like 99% of the times, but there will be like that one edge case where you need to pay attention to catch it, and if you don't, it might mess the account. So always overseeing the AIs. But for example, let's say it's like the end of the week and I need to send out reports. If that's the case, then I'll go into Claude, ask it, hey, generate me reports for these clients. So and then it'll ask me to review them. And then I review the reports and I basically just say, yep, you can go ahead and email them to the clients. How does it know to do that? As you said, you provide it context. You provide it business context, for example, and it has all that information per client. And it's just completely automated. I don't even open up like the emails, like Gmail anymore to send out emails. It's completely automated. So, that's basically what an average day would look like, right? So, going, waking up, checking the accounts, but instead of me checking the accounts, I get the agents to do that and instantly just give me a summary of, hey, what's going on with this account? What's wrong with this account? And then I basically know what skills to trigger after that. I trigger those skills, make those changes in the account, and then it depends on the day. As I said, like if I need to make reports that day, then I'll run reports. If I'm onboarding a new client that day, then I would run like the audit skills that you guys have built in the PPCOS, and have it go do the audits by itself instead of me doing the audit. And that's what a day looks like of just using AI. You basically less doing the thing and more orchestrating the thing, you know. That's how I would sum it up.
Yeah. And is it suffice to say that you don't really log into the Google Ads interface anymore a lot?
I mean, I definitely still do. But I would say like no way near as much. Like if I open it up, I just kind of find it like such a waste of time for me to go digging for that data, right?
Yeah.
For example, me going up and looking at the products and trying to sort and choosing the segments, when I can just go into a chat and say, hey, pull me this data up and analyze it and give me XYZ, right? And then it just does it instantly without me having to like open up the dashboard. So I do still open it just to look at it most of the times, because I've basically delegated all of that to Claude. But I would say 90% of things get done in Claude and in my AI tools, and like 10% that I still haven't built out skills for yet. I go and do manually, right? So I think it's a matter of time before you can automate everything. But I think you guys are gonna get there, especially once you finish all the skills that you're planning to. And yeah, that's my take on that.
Cool. And so you actually let Claude execute, right? You don't have only read only.
Yeah. So I have read and write permissions for my Claude.
Yeah.
I've basically added like I'm not sure if this is going to be too technical for the call, but I've added a service account for my agent, so it acts literally as an employee. Like I've given it its own Gmail. I've given it like completely everything, like as if it was a real employee, and it just logs into the Google Ads interface and does the thing, right? So I know I mean, this is going to be a bit technical especially for people that aren't coding and stuff, but there's quite a few ways you can make changes into account. You can create a service account, or as the PPCOS does it, you can create like an MCC refresh token and have it do it for your MCC account, for example. But either way, like I do let the AIs make changes, but only after I've reviewed them and I've accepted the changes it wants to make, for sure.
Yeah, I like that that you gave it its own Gmail, and it's basically like an entity of its own almost.
It is. It's its own employee. So on our website, we've literally added it to the member section. Our agent right now is called Alfie, and we've just given it its own identity, its own tone, its own everything. And we can ask Alfie, hey, how's this workspace performing? How's this account performing? Can you go pull this context? And it'll do it. And as long as it has those accounts and they're connected to your clients' accounts, it can just log in and do its thing. So it's completely next level.
That's nice, man. For everyone, you can check it out at affirmed.co, right?
Yeah, that's right. Affirmed.co.
Yeah. Do you your client communication, does that happen through Alfie as well, or is it just you and Niku? I mean, like in terms of who they think they're talking to.
Right. Okay. So calls and things, obviously, it's still very much managed by us, unless we can get Alfie to project my exact identity onto the screen. Until that day comes, then it's just gonna have to still be me attending the calls. But with the way like deep fake technology is going, and like you can, and all that AI stuff, I think it's only a matter of time, before people just start generating themselves under their agents. But no, so calls and stuff, yeah, for sure. But messaging and emails, I've basically just completely delegated that to Alfie. Like Alfie will summarize my emails, and it'll basically help me draft the response. I use speech to text, which basically I just speak to Alfie, and then it just basically formats the message for me in a nice way. So and then yeah, so all of that has also been semi-automated, because I still need to read the email at the end of the day and make sure that what Alfie sends is right. But for the most part, it's also sped up that process. So yeah, it's just AI just amplifies anything you do pretty much, and it can. It is like a very awesome technology. So if you're not using it, you definitely need to get on it.
Yeah, for sure. We have a question from the chat. Matthias, he asked, can you say something to the performance of a new onboarded client with your system?
Sorry,
like, no, I have to go
what
into
was the question?
Can you say something to the performance of a new onboarded client with your system? So you don't have to go into the specifics of what you did, like naming a client or something, but just maybe like something around how had results have improved or have went for either a new client or an existing one.
Well, I will say that I've always considered myself to work at a very high level. So if I'm managing an account manually, the performance would be great. And this is what I say when I mean AI first driven expert is the AI can only be as good as you are. So because I was already previous to AI performing really good in accounts, the AI, under my supervision can basically perform to that level. So I wouldn't say the AI by itself changed the performance. What really changed the performance was me becoming really good at Google Ads through the PPC hub, and then applying AI just basically sped up that process and made things more efficient and made me be able to provide that expertise to multiple clients, whether instead of just focusing on a few. So I wouldn't say AI is a replacement of performance. I think if you're not really delivering performance at a high level, I don't think necessarily AI will reliably fix it. I think it could, but when it does hit edge cases and you have to make decisions that might not even be part of Google Ads, then that's when you as the expert have to make the decision. So I think what the person asking the question was ultimately asking is, if I use AI, will my performance improve? I think it could, but if you want it to improve reliably, then you yourself have to become the expert and then layer AI on top. So basically what I was saying earlier, like AI first, expert, right? So you still need to become the expert. So all my accounts are performing great. It's just that now I can provide that expertise to multiple clients instead of just a select few, because now I've got agents that do the work for me, right? So but they do the same work that I would do manually, right? So it doesn't unlock something insane per client, like search term analysis is search term analysis, whether you do it manually or whether you do it by AI. It just improves the speed at which you do it, and it can improve the output as well, because it can take multiple different data points that maybe you didn't take into account. But ultimately, again, like you need to become the expert so that AI can perform to its highest ability, if that makes sense, right? So but yeah, in my clients, they're very happy. They're getting great performance. But it hasn't increased just because I use AI. It increased because I developed my knowledge to a point where I can use the AI effectively. So I hope that answers your question.
For sure. It's a great answer. And this is maybe a sidestep, but for your agency, what does your pricing look like if you are comfortable sharing? Like, you don't have to share the actual ranges, but do you charge retainers? Do you charge for value?
Yeah,
based on
so
performance? Like, what do
actually
you do?
our clients benefit from our automations as well, right? So
Yeah.
because so much of it has been automated, we don't basically charge for hourly pay, for example. We don't take that into account anymore, because now it's, you know, what used to take hours basically is almost instantaneous. So that allowed us to lower our prices, right? Take on more clients, which is volume, right? And so our clients are happy; they're benefiting from you know, us integrating AI. We're also benefiting because instead of having one whale client, which, you know, can give you a lot of money, you have multiple. So if that one client leaves you, then, you know, you're not you know, you're not gonna be messed up in the sense that if your revenue for your agency or your freelancing business relies on just one client, and you're spending all your time in that, and they leave you, then you're going to be in a pretty tough spot. But everyone benefits in all aspects. But yes, I basically charge a retainer, but it's no contract, and it starts right now at 1,000 a month. But we increase it also based on the ad spend. It's kind of tailored per client, and also depending on, for example, some clients, they're enterprise, so obviously we're going to charge them more because they have, you know, multiple Google Ads accounts in multiple regions, and that requires a lot more work, even if we are using AI. But my flat fee basically starts at 1,000 a month for the majority of our e-commerce stores, and then we do have some enterprise clients that we have to bump up that pricing to justify still the work that we do, because AI is not going to completely replace all the work you do. You still need to think and orchestrate, and you should be charging for that. But yeah, so that's where I'm at with my pricing. And again, £1,000 a month right now might seem little compared to what a lot of agencies are charging. But the only reason we can charge that low is because we're not spending that much time in the accounts anymore, right? It's more just, it's all been automated to the extent of like we're just more strategizing and operating the cockpit, right? And making sure the AI does its thing. So I don't see why we should be charging, you know, that much more if we're doing that much less work. You know, you could argue value, but I think everyone's benefiting from it. And you know, our value comes from scaling horizontally, not vertically per client, and is onboarding as many more clients rather than having one client that we try to charge as much as possible. And you know, then I think everyone just benefits from it ultimately, from an, you know, an AI driven profit model, perhaps.
So do you guys do any like CRO landing pages or things outside of the ad interface for your clients?
So we don't do those things, but we definitely take those into account, and we definitely like consult the client on it. Absolutely, like that's if you want to be a Google Ads expert, and basically what the success path and being a T specialist you guys teach, you have to have expertise across the board in not be the best, but understand how, like, for example, landing page experience affects your conversion rate, and how an ad creative, for example, which you didn't record, the client just gave you an ad creative, and maybe it has a low click-through rate. Then you have to go back to their creative team and talk with them and say, hey, can you change this on the creative? Or, you know, if they have designers for like display images. So there are things that you have to take into account that are completely outside of your control. Whether we provide that as a service, we don't. We just focus on Google Ads, but we do provide a lot of like top level consulting for our clients, like our e-commerce clients. Hey, you should optimize this. Hey, you shouldn't. You should add email marketing. You should consider email marketing. We see that there's a huge drop off, and email marketing is a cheap way to remarket instead of maybe opening up a display campaign, right? So not everything relies in Google Ads, and yeah, I think that was the biggest pivot when I joined the PPC Hub, was you guys basically breaking me out of the mold of like everything is in the account, and understanding that it's just like one piece of the puzzle, and there's so many more factors that are outside of your control as a specialist, and the most you can do, you can provide them as a service, but I think the best thing you can do or should do is provide consulting, right? So be able to educate your clients on those different fields and why they matter, and how they all work in cohesion with Google Ads. That's what I would say.
Cool, man. I love that. I love that. So you've built Alfie, your own solution, basically on top of PPCOS. But are
That's
you?
right.
Yeah, you have your background in computer science. But would you consider yourself a technical person?
Absolutely. So I think
Mm.
I said this when I was joining the PPC, the call. I was going to become a developer,
Right. Yeah.
but I do wanna preface that you don't have to be. Like, most of the stuff that I built was just me going through the PPC course, right? And as I was learning, creating SOPs, basically what you guys have done, knowledge base,
Mhm.
and of how I would execute certain things if it ever came to it, right? And then I realized I can just feed this to an AI and it'll do it for me, right? Then if you want to build something more complex, your own custom tailored OS, maybe that would require a little bit of like developer knowledge. But then again, it's even that can be somewhat replaced by AI, because Claude Code is great at coding. It's in the name, Claude Code. Um, so if you want to spin up a dashboard, you don't need like deep understanding of coding. You just need deep understanding of your goals and what you want it to function. And as long as you give those to an AI, most of the time it can do it, as long as it's not too complex. Definitely, it's allowed me to really push the boundaries of what my app can do, but that's just like that's an edge case. For the majority of people, you really don't need to be extremely technical to run this stuff. And again, you don't need to be an AI expert. Like, um, you don't need to go off and learn how LLMs work behind the hood. Like, you guys drive your
Mm.
cars to work, but most of you don't know how the intricacies of your engine work, right? You don't need
Mm.
to know how the engine works to drive the car. So don't overwhelm yourselves. Just focus on uh, being an expert in your field, right? Knowing what you should do when this hits the fan, or what you should do when you open up a Google Ads account, and then you can automate it using AI, right? You don't need to be a developer to do that. You basically just need to be an expert in your field, right? So if you focus on that first, everything else will come later. And for example, the PPCOS is great. You have skills, but it's pointless if you don't know when to trigger those skills, right?
Yeah.
Uh, like uh, there's no point of handing someone a tool who doesn't know how to use it, right? It's a great tool, it's an amazing tool, but you still need to know the knowledge of how to run it. Not necessarily know the ins and out, but yeah, you can take it to the next level if you have additional expertise and technical expertise, but you don't need it. So there really isn't any excuse to not start using AI, because I think a lot of people think it's this very complex thing. Just think of it as a car. You don't need to know the intricacies of it. You just know how to drive it, and yeah, that's my take on that, pretty much.
Yeah. So we've talked quite a bit about how good AI is. Do you also have cases of where there were instances of it where it didn't work, or you saw output that wasn't great that you had to correct, or cases of or instances of when you do not trust AI?
So I did have that before I understood that using AI out of the box is not a good idea. What I mean by that is, if you just load up like a chat in Chat GPT or Claude or whatever, Gemini or whatever AI you use, and and you provide it some context, and you say, hey, what should I do here? Um, it's basically, I think, as Alfred said, it's trained on millions of data points, and it's trained on so much data that I think it actually does the opposite of what you want it to. Whereas, and what I mean by that, sorry, is um, it has a huge data set, but it doesn't necessarily pick out the right answer from that data set for your specific case, if that makes sense, right? So let's say there's it's trained on a million Reddit posts about smart bidding, right? How do you
Mhm.
know that like 99 of those posts are complete rubbish, right? There's like 1% that will actually apply to your situation. It's very hard for an AI to know to pick out that one right answer, because AI doesn't really know right from wrong. It's just kind of trained on that data. Um, Whereas in the PPCOS, it comes with a knowledge base, right? It comes pre-trained with the knowledge base that it should use to answer the questions. So I think the biggest and most mistakes that I've seen was when I was running AI without a solid knowledge base, without my SOPs, without the PPCOS SOPs, without all the custom thinking it should do, that's when I was seeing a lot of mistakes. Recently, though, I haven't, honestly, because again, as I said, I oversee it and I don't let it go do crazy things by itself. I use it in a very controlled manner, but I can only do that again because I'm an expert in Google Ads. But basically, what I'm trying to say is, man, that went off on a tangent. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, it just keeps coming back to the same loop where you need to be the expert to run the system, and that way it will mess up less. But recently, I'm being completely honest, I haven't seen it mess up in like the past month. The outputs have been really good because of like the guardrails that are in place. It doesn't go off and think by itself. It thinks within a very constrained thinking, right? So it only provides so many options to the output. So if you just expect it to give it a bunch of data and expect you to give the right answer without having those guardrails and custom ways of thinking about XYZ, it's not going to work out. So yeah.
Your points are completely true and valid, and it would have been a different conversation had we been using, for example, Claude Chat, where you can only add a limited amount of files to an instruction in terms of context, SOPs. Then you really have to choose how much information you want Claude to process at once. But with Claude Code, you can just add so much more context and so many more files that it can use whenever you're running a certain task, that those hallucinations tend to happen much less. But that is because indeed, because how Bob has structured the knowledge behind it.
Exactly. It's got like its own pre-trained data and like as Alfred said, the claude.md file, it's a library basically telling it, hey, if you're talking about smart bidding, here is the reference to that, and you only use this knowledge base when you're talking to me about smart bidding, for example, which is wonderful. It's amazing.
It's man, the technology is it's so crazy, man. Like especially looking at your journey, dude, where you were 6 months ago versus now. I just saw this comment. I will put it on the screen. Kenza, she said, "Loving your energy, Lewis." So it's but it's nice, man. It's infectious, and you can see that you're putting a lot of thought into it, and you found your way and your vehicle in which you can really bring your vision to life. And that whole point of yours, what you're saying around that, AI will only amplify what is already there. It will not make a mediocre specialist all of a sudden great at their work, because it will just produce mediocre output at scale. And if you're a player like yourself and you take your learning seriously, then it will scale that which is there, like your own knowledge.
Absolutely.
So that's a really solid take there. So for people who might be in the same situation where you were, let's say 6 to 12 months ago, what would you say to them, and what would your advice be to them, and as it relates to their development, but also just using AI in general?
Yeah. So I'm just gonna go back to this point. AI can only be as good as you are, reliably, right? Maybe you can ask AI to do something for you that you have no understanding about, but then when it asks you, hey, out of these 3 options, what should I do? Because you're not an expert, you're not gonna know how to orchestrate it, what decision to go through. So I would say stop thinking that AI is gonna replace your job. That's first, okay? Second of all, stop chasing shiny objects, right? There's so many LinkedIn posts. Like, I've deleted LinkedIn off my phone because it's every time I open it, there's a new revolution and AI is going to take over the world and whatnot. Like, relax, okay? You just need to focus on your own self-development, not in becoming an AI expert, becoming an AI, I mean, if that's the field you're in, but become an expert in your field, right? Then understand that you can layer AI into your workflow. It's just a tool. It doesn't replace you. It just amplifies you. So if you're an expert, you can basically amplify that to a much, much larger scale, right? that's my advice. So become the expert. For example, PPC Hub. There's so many courses and you can learn it yourself. But I'm telling you, PPC Hub for me personally, out of like all the 50 courses that I've done, has been the one that moved the needle the most. Like I don't remember, like there's so many courses that I've done that don't even talk about unit economics and things like that. And you know, landing page optimization is something that's broadly brushed on, but not gone into very much detail and stuff like that. So and the community is great, and the tools that you guys provide are amazing. So but yeah, so that's my advice. Join the PPC Hub. You don't have to, but of course, right? I'm not paid to say this stuff, but join the PPC Hub because I feel like right now it genuinely provides you the knowledge to become a Google Ads expert like no other course. I'm not saying don't join other courses. Definitely spread your knowledge. You have to, you have to go learn from different sources. Free YouTube videos as well. There's forums, there's Reddit posts. You guys can learn from anywhere, but definitely learn the knowledge first and foremost. Then you can figure out, hey, how can I get AI to do what I do as an expert in a much faster way, right? And in Google Ads, obviously it's PPCOS and creating your own agents, but this can apply to any field and any niche across the board, right? That would be my advice. So stop stressing about AI taking over your job. Focus on becoming an expert, and then understand that once you're the expert, the ceiling of that AI is only going to be as good as you are, right? And you're just going to dominate your niche in your field, guaranteed. Yeah. There's no doubt about that.
Cool. Lewis, where can people find you? Where can people connect with you?
You can follow me on LinkedIn, Lewis Bogdan, or that's about it. On LinkedIn. I don't post, guys. I'm busy on just doing outreach for my e-commerce clients. But if you guys have messages or want to message me about anything, I'm always down to talk to other experts. I love connecting with other experts in the industry. I love attending events. I went to the barbecue last week, was amazing. And then in December we met up in Netherlands at the pub. That was great. That was great stuff as well. But yeah, or you guys can also meet me in the PPC Hub. I'm very active in there. I always talk to people. I always connect with people, and I always reply to people, or try to reply whenever that I see you guys have like an issue. You guys post it, and then there's quite a few active people that reply. I'm one of those people, and yeah, that's another way you guys can connect with me and meet me.
Yeah, keep crushing it, man. It's been awesome to see your journey. And I know you said from the start, like, yeah, I want to be the best student here, but you're really putting in the work to earn that title. So kudos to you, man. Watching your journey has been fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen me from the start, man. You've seen me from the very start when I was a junior all the way to here. So
for sure. Yeah. And it's also like, even when you were starting out, I remember you were diving into conversion tracking first. You really took the time to, whenever you learned it, you were instantly applying it, but then also directly helping other people in the PPC Hub, saying like, whoever needs help with their tracking, just send me a message. And because that was how you got the experience under your belt, being relatively new in the space. You've helped a lot of people behind the scenes with that. So and
I still do, and I do it for free. There's people that reach out to me in the PPC Hub via messaging, and I just help them for free. Like there's so many people that reach out for conversion tracking, and I just offer my help for free because they're part of the PPC Hub, and I feel like it's community, and I feel like if I give to them, kind of like karma, it will come back in a good way for me. Just quickly, I do want to answer Kenza at Varia. She did say,
I was gonna ask for that question as well.
Okay, I'm gonna drop some game for you guys. I'm gonna leak my method.
Hold up one sec. Let me read out the question because some people are listening. Kenza asked, out of your curiosity, and if you're willing to share, where did you find most of your customers? Via which platform, networking, or something else? Did you find them, or did they find you?
Okay, so when I was starting out, when I was like a junior and I wasn't an expert, and I was very scared to take on my first client because I didn't want to mess with their budget, I would basically do it as a proxy through the people that I was helping out. So other experts, other agencies, I would go out and say, hey, can I help you with this, X, Y, Z? I'll even do it for free. That's where initially I got my experience. And then those people referred me, right? So then it became referrals. But I didn't want to rely on referrals because, as you know, referrals are very like inconsistent, right? Not everyone's going to refer you to everyone, and not everyone has connections to other people in the industry. So my method right now, I'm going to leak it, is what you do is, I don't know if I should say the platforms where I get these leads from, but in my case, I work with Shopify stores, right? So I found some websites that basically you can filter out Shopify stores just by them having Shopify store and having plugins installed and whatnot. Then you basically collect all those stores, right? I basically do outreach. But not through email. So I don't email them. I don't cold call them. Nobody likes to get cold called. Nobody likes to get emailed. But there's these websites where they aggregate data, and you can basically filter out by like 1,000 stores that all have Shopify, all have the Google and YouTube app installed, all have like Tag Manager installed, and then I would run them through the Ads Transparency Center to see if they're currently running ads, right? So I wouldn't outreach to people that aren't running ads. That's way too hard of a sell, right? Like, hey, you're not running Google ads. Let's run your Google ads, right? I would go to people who are already running Google ads, and then I would track down the owner of that store on LinkedIn or on X or on social media. I wouldn't reach them out through email or SMS or phone calls. And then I would reach out to them with like a very custom tailored message, which, by the way, AI generates now. You can generate personalized messages on scale. You don't have to actually manually write them out. But I would reach them out saying, using the images and ads from the Ads Transparency Center, and say, hey, your ads look great, but there can be some improvements here. You can do some improvements here, and that would usually catch their attention, and you would have a conversation with them from there. But yeah, you just do this over and over again. You reach out to enough brands, and like my current conversion rate is 2% within like a span of like 2 weeks, right? So out of all the emails that I send, if I send out like 100, LinkedIn messages using the premium LinkedIn plan, like you can send in-mails, out of like 100 messages, I would get like 2 clients basically. You do that on enough scale with AI as well, because AI first, you basically just roll in clients. That's my current strategy. So
Nice.
There you go.
Sick, dude. Looks like we need to get you back on. Part 2.
For
Dude,
sure.
that's
for
insane,
sure.
man. Epic. Someone said, which platform, mate? Keep it to yourself.
Okay.
Keep it to yourself.
Okay, then I'll keep it to myself. You'll have to tune
keep it
into
to
the
yourself.
PPC Hub and ask me personally.
Yeah. Keep it to yourself, man. Keep your secrets. Hold your secrets
For sure,
close.
for sure.
No, thank you so much, Lewis, for sharing. That was also awesome. Obviously, you can share the platform if you want to, but if I were you, I would just not share that.
No, you guys have to reach me in the PPC Hub or my LinkedIn,
Yeah.
and I'll share it there.
Give more information. All right, Lewis, everyone follow him on LinkedIn, even though he's not posting. Who knows? He might start posting in the future.
Yeah, definitely.
Sharing is caring. He's already shared everything on Pan Marketing. Thank you all for watching this one. Lewis, thank you so much, man. We're gonna continue with Ramial. Did you already meet him before Friday's session?
So many times.
Barbecue?
We always meet up. So yeah, we met at the barbecue. We met before. We met in London.
Yeah.
We both live in the UK. So
cool. Awesome. Well, Lewis, enjoy the rest of your day, mate. Thank you so much. Keep crushing it. And I look forward to seeing where you are in 6 months, man. Then it's going to be 1 year from the first meetup.
Do a catch up.
Going to be insane. Yeah. Well, I'll talk to you soon, mate.
All right. Have a good one, guys. Enjoy the rest of your days. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Cheers. All right. That was awesome, guys. Lewis, well, he shared a lot. So fantastic. How did you guys like that? I see Lisbon. Geert, what's up? Let me see. I'm going to pull in Ramial in about 2 minutes. If you guys have any questions throughout, just drop them in the chat, and then I'll be sure to ask Ramial there. Michael said, very awesome. Yeah, I like doing it this way. It's nice to have these types of conversations, but then live with the chat next to it, and I can see you guys, and you can ask your questions and everything. So that's awesome. I just saw this one question that I wanted to take on real quick before we move on. And indeed, Geert, it's nice to see where Lewis is going to be when we're in Lisbon. Do you see this evolving into a complete marketing operating system, including meta ads, SEO, and organic growth workflows, or will it remain focused on Google Ads? For us, I would say never, but For now, we're just going to continue to focus on Google Ads because this is already so much work to build. I don't know if you were here this morning, but you saw we have more than 250 documents. That is the knowledge base. These are not like one-page documents. These are 30 plus page documents. So just imagine how many freaking documents we have. Then those need to be turned into skills, tested, and make sure that they can actually work. Layer on meta ads, SEO, organic growth workflows, like you said, that is, boom, is going to be too much. So for us, focus is going to be on Google Ads. But if you use a system like this and you are a meta ads specialist and you can find other sources that have skills, or you build your own, then obviously you can plug them into those types of systems. That would work for sure. Yeah, great for engagement for sure. It's nice. Little live component to it is always good. Robert, when it comes to PPC OS, just check os.ppcmastery.com, log in there, and you can find everything. Okay, I'm gonna pull in Ramial. The camera's off, so I'm not sure if he's actually here, but let's try. There we go.
Hello.
Hey, man.
How you doing?
Good. You?
Yeah, good, thanks. And hi, everyone.
Better
Thanks
after
for coming.
Saturday.
Those wounds are still fresh.
I know, right? So Ramial is a big Arsenal fan, so that was a tough weekend, right?
Yeah,
so close.
Yeah, travel to London and everything, and I was at the parade as well, and everyone was just there was millions there, but everyone was just deflated.
Really?
A little bit. It's still fresh for me, honestly.
Yeah.
It's been 4 days.
It's sad. It's sad because they became champion after 22 years, so they deserve a big party. But then I can imagine, like, you're still with your head in the Champions League final. It doesn't really help for a parade like that.
Yeah, and it hurts because we got so close. But
yeah, dude, like, you cannot get closer than this.
Yeah. Oh well.
Anyways, didn't mean to bring up that wound again. Thank you for joining, Ramial. So everyone, this is Ramial. He runs AdRank Media. Am I saying that correctly? AdRank?
Rank Media.
Rank Media, not AdRank. Yeah, Rank Media.
Yeah.
And he's been doing that for about a decade or so. Worked for many brands across all kinds of different verticals. And recently, he's starting to become more known actually for maximizing results on low budget. So I've seen you, Ramial, this year on a freaking world tour, going stage by stage, doing your presentations. So that's awesome. But he's also one of the most active, most respected people in the PPC Hub. He's been with us for maybe almost 3 years now, almost from the beginning, maybe after 1 year or so. And yeah, what's that?
Like 6 months after you guys.
Yeah, exactly. So 2.5 years now.
Yeah.
Grew into one of our mods, meaning he is helping other people frequently with their questions, and just loves helping out people. But what I love about Ramial is that he describes himself as more than just a Google Ads guy, and he's really like the embodiment of our T-shaped Google Ads model, Google Ads specialist model. And he uses Google Ads to grow businesses and not just the vanity metrics that you see in your accounts. And he was one of the first to really start incorporating unit economic tactics into how he's working with clients. That's just one of the things. But it shows you that he's always thinking outside of only the ad interface. And then recently he started building his own tool on top of PPC OS, which we're going to be unpacking today. So Ramial, let's start talking about how becoming AI first has helped you in your career. But first, maybe you can, just like Louis, just describe a little bit who you are, what types of clients you work with, your background, what you do with Rank Media, etc.
Sure. Thanks, Miles. So I'm Ramial. As Miles said, I've been doing PPC for nearly 10 years now and freelancing for the last 5 years. So I started freelancing in lockdown. That sort of started with sort of some contract work. So that was like some really big budgets, that sort of stuff. But then my background at one of the agencies I worked at was mainly small and medium businesses. So we managed lots and lots of clients on really, really small budgets. And I've sort of taken that into my freelance journey and elevated that more. So whilst I am a generalist and I've worked with all types of clients, for the most part, it is generally those small and medium businesses, and that is primarily lead gen and a little bit of e-commerce as well.
Cool, nice. So is that deliberate choice? More lead gen than ecom?
Yeah, absolutely. I think majority of my experience, especially going back to my agency work, it was lead gen. I actually picked up ecom in my freelance career. I sort of self-taught it, and kudos to you guys as well on the courses you put together. That helps me learn the ecom side and actually take on clients and do it confidently. But yeah, I'd say 75% lead gen.
Ah, nice. Cool. So maybe we can start, Ramial, with just you explaining what does it mean to you to be an AI first Google Ads specialist? Because we talked about it this morning. Now we had Lewis kind of give his perspective on it. I'm curious to hear how that is different for you, or maybe even the same.
Yeah, sure. So I think AI first for me is a mindset, and it's a mindset where I prioritize AI as the main driver for everything, for my tasks, for my problems, for my decision making, not just in work, but also outside of work. And it's not an add-on, but more embedded into the fabric of whatever I do every single day. Now, if I apply that to work, I will echo what Lewis says. You still have to be good at your job, but human plus AI will always be better than either of them alone. So yeah, for me, that's AI first. It's a mindset, and it's an evolution of how we think about everything, not just in work, but also outside of it.
Yeah, cool. So what does that mean specifically for you in terms of your maybe repositioning, positioning now? Let's dive into how all of this has reshaped how you work, but how does that translate to your daily sort of work that you do?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the main objective for me was to win back a lot of time. And I did that primarily cutting workload on repetitive tasks, whether that being sort of reporting or strategy or research related tasks. That was sort of the step one for me as an experiment to see if I could actually do it. And when I was able to do that, I was able to, for instance, take reporting from originally 5 days, so then 2 days, so then 2 hours, if that. I then basically just started to try and do anything and everything that I could with AI. And one example of that is just creating landing pages, for instance. Like I create free landing pages for so many clients, simply because I didn't have to go through a design dev process, and there was actually no cost to me. So it allowed me to go above and beyond for clients. But actually, it wasn't just going above and beyond for clients, it was actually helping them. Because I mean, these skills you guys produce, I mean, I produced some pretty sick landing pages, to be honest. So, and they're probably better than what I could have designed previously. So yeah, that obviously compounds, better results, better CVRs, experiments are faster, learnings are faster even, decision-making options, that sort of stuff. And then obviously there's so many SOPs, there's so many skills. And now I'm at the stage of just playing around with anything and everything I can. So that's another example is I can now run SQRs for all 50 of my clients into one Excel sheet with the negatives or the recommended negatives highlighted in red. I don't got to go through every account, spend ages and ages. And yeah, that just allows me to spend so much more time, A, trying to scale my business, B, learning more, and C, actually understanding my clients a bit better and their business, and really going outside of the platform.
So if I understand correctly, like you said, like you're primarily using AI to reclaim your time. For everyone, whatever you do with that extra time is different. You know, some people just have less time, so they cannot they just want to work less, or they may not even be the case that they don't have the time, but they just want to work less, which is definitely a doable possible.
Yeah.
Lewis was more in the camp of, I want to reclaim time so that I can grow my business horizontally with more clients. Others are more like, okay, now I have more time so I can go deeper inside into my clients. What's the primary driver for you to want to be able to reclaim your time?
Honestly, it's the balance of the two. Lewis is a very young lad, so
yeah,
naturally
no
very ambitious at that stage of his career. And I think it depends, because I've spoken to people in the PPC hub where they've said, you know, I just want to finish at 1 p.m. every day and spend some time with my family. And both things are fine. For me, it's a balance. I would like to win back some of that time and reinvest it into my business, but then equally, I want more time with my family. I want more time doing the things that I enjoy. I want to go to the gym at 2 p.m. You know, and that sort of stuff. So yeah, certainly a balance.
Yeah, it's I think we're in a really similar spot in life, you and me. And throughout our time, when you were since you joined the PPC, we've spoken many times in our meetups, online podcasts, and I think we kind of grew into this phase also together. And I totally feel you in terms of, it's a balance where you do want to grow still, but you also want to just reclaim time so that you can spend more time with your family, your little one. But there might be a little bit of a stigma on it sometimes when you openly say it like that, like, oh, you want to work less. And that's completely fine. Especially, like, how nice is it that you can just complete your work by 1 p.m. and, as you said, then go to the gym and have some time left, if that is the decision. So that's definitely one of the benefits that AI can bring as well. It's not only about doing more and more, going deeper. Sometimes it's also about reclaiming time so you have more time available for other things in life, right? And
just because we're spending less time doesn't mean the quality drops. If anything, the quality is actually better. I'll give you an example. Yesterday, I was beginning of the month. Workload is usually a bit more. I had like five terminals open on my cursor with 5 different tasks running at the same time. And I was quite hungry at one part of the day, so I went downstairs to make my lunch. I come back up and those 5 tasks are done. There's certain things in my email drafts, there's certain documents, and it's, if I did that 1 year ago, those 5 tasks would have took me all day. Where in this instance, it took an hour at most, and the quality was better. And I've spoken to people where they feel a bit guilty about working less because they feel like, you know, I'm not putting the hours in, or and I'm still being paid the same amount. But actually, that's not true. If you've been able to build a system and you can sort of speed things up and actually produce better quality, then more power to you. Yeah, for sure. Well, man, there's so many directions we can go here from here. I also spoke with Lewis about his pricing, but since you mentioned it now, like, could you talk? You don't have to give away anything you don't want to, but could you talk about how AI has, or how you price for your agency or freelance business now, and if that is any different from before? You don't have to go into specifics, but just in general. Yeah, sure. I've always done it just as fixed retainers, to be honest. I've never been one to work on an hourly rate, and now with AI, that model certainly doesn't make any sense. So yeah, just pretty simple fixed retainer models. It's small businesses mostly, and then with some clients, a percentage of spend if they're more of a medium business as opposed to a small business. And I think with AI, that hasn't really changed. I think just what I've been able to do with AI, with all the AI systems, is just make sure that the clients are getting better value for money. And I kept my pricing the same, but obviously as time goes and as my business grows, I may review that for new customers. Yeah.
But that's a good one, man. Better value for money. I haven't really thought about that as a perspective of how AI helps, because if you, let's say you spend the same amount of time working for a client, but they get more value from you, then they will see, oh, Ramial's like really pushing it in terms of output and what he's delivering for us, but the pricing is the same. So that might also be a reason for them to just stick around longer, and your churn will go down. LTV will be higher, and it's nothing's nicer than just knowing I have this client portfolio and it's intact, and next month I'm getting it again and again, so you don't have that startup phase all the time with the client, which is usually
And it's speed as well. It's speed too. If I get a request today, I could probably handle it today, whereas years ago it might have been in my inbox for 3 or 4 days before the client got a response. And the only reason I can handle it today is because of what I said before. I can open all these terminals and I can have multiple tasks running in the background. And clients love it because it's speedy work, right? You always love that speed. And like another example, I was on a call with a client last week and we were talking about a new website. And I didn't say anything. I just quietly opened my cursor. I put in a prompt. And by the end of that call, I redesigned his entire website. And I showed him, he was blown away. That's
just did
real
that right
value. I just did that right now. Real value.
Sick. So right now, what does a typical workday look like for you?
Yeah, so morning is just a triage, you could say. 30 to 60 minutes, just looking at all the accounts. Obviously, there's about 50 accounts. That's just a quick eye, making sure nothing's broke, making sure everything's operational. And then, honestly, I like working in bursts of energy. I've never been the kind of person that'll have a list for the day or like a timetable. Sure, if I've got calls or if I've got things booked in, I'll attend to that. But apart from that, it's just bursts of energy. I might spend an hour doing X task and then another hour doing that task, etc., etc. And then maybe playing around with AI. It just really depends.
Yeah. So you have built your own tool as well, right? On top of different systems. I know you're a fan of Mike Road's setup. Then you have layered our PPCOS skills inside of that as well, making a sort of a hybrid combination.
Correct.
What does your the tool look like right now that you have built? So what have you built on as a sort of your own custom solution right now?
Yeah, so it is essentially a combination of Mike Road's brain system and the PPCOS built into a dashboard, which is also my business CRM. And I'm working on evolving it to include or replace tools that I subscribe to. So it could be like writing copy or certain analyses and that sort of stuff, budget pacing. I can do a super quick demo if you like.
Sure. You can share your screen and then I have to put it on stage. Yeah.
Okay, share screen. Let me put the demo mode on. Yep.
Yeah, good check.
There you go. So is that live now?
It's live. Yep.
Awesome. Yeah. So it's just, I'll keep this quick. It's just a quick dashboard. This is a dashboard. It's got morning alerts and that sort of stuff. I have a chat integrated into it. For instance, I can run one of your PPCOS skills. I can just load that. This is my task list empty, of course, because I like working in bursts, but I do want to start building on this. I have a morning triage, which just has alerts for different type of clients based on past day and past week's performance. I can directly run skills based on that alert. These are all my clients. And then I've just got other bits like pipeline, financials, which is sort of my CRM. Reports is a really cool one because it's I can just check every client, select the date range and generate the reports, and then they all go into each individual client card here. And that actually is running some skills as well. As you can see, May is all done. And then obviously it's just this is essentially Google Ads integrated into it through the API. I've got a budget pacing set up. Also, all the SQRs that I can run, and I can run more SQRs if I like. And then these tools are not finished. I'm working on these. Well, this is just basically I've got a quadrant for different type of clients, a landing page health, quality score, competitor analysis. And this is my favorite one. I can actually bulk run skills. I suppose I'm doing a new website. I can select all the multiple landing page ones, and I can do it for all these clients. And I can just run three skills times 6 client, 18 jobs, and they all come into the run history here, and I can actually always see what I've run in the past, and I can open it, download the docs, etc. And obviously, all your knowledge base is here. So any task or anything it does, it will use all of this. And then obviously my ad copy creator. So I can select the client. I can select the asset type. Bam, 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 generate. Can do different assets, full pack if you want, etc. Give it a bit of context, because I always need context. And yeah, that's it. It's still a work in progress, but I've been chipping away for a while now, and I think I'm almost ready to get this live and start using it on a daily basis.
Yeah, this is sick, man. It's so funny, man, because it's almost like you're downplaying. It's like, oh yeah, dashboard is blah blah blah. But this is super crazy, man. Like even having a tool where you can just run all the skills simultaneously with one click of a button, that's so sick. How do you from the dashboard, how can you run the skills, like technically?
It's all integrated to all the files that I've got into Cursor. So when those skills basically run, it goes into the run history, and every client that I have has a card. I didn't want to open the client card because there's info in there, but basically in the client card, there's a tab called deliverables. Any skill you run, it goes into deliverables. And then I can basically just access that as and when.
That's so sick, man. So sick.
And I don't know how to code. So
yeah,
this is all built with AI or vibe coding using Cursor and Cloud Code. Just
by talking to it, right?
Literally just talking to it.
Yeah.
And what I would say to people, it's if I can do it, I promise you can do it, because I'm not a coder. I haven't got a clue how to write JS or anything of the sort. I've just tried to understand prompt engineering and trying to get the AI to do what I want it to do, etc.
Yeah, sick, dude. So, man, I'm actually, like, my mind is blown a little bit because of how you show, like, you can run everything at once across the different clients. You don't even have to open different terminals anymore, right?
It does use a lot of tokens, but it can be done.
Yeah, of course, if you do so much at once.
Yeah.
Sick. Very cool. So you already spoke about it a little bit, but you try to really help your clients on the business level by being more than just the Google Ads guy. What does that mean in terms of the things that you do for your clients that may not be required of a traditional sort of Google Ads role? We already spoke about unit economics, landing pages, but just like, what types of things do you generally look at and involve yourself with your clients?
I like to go on a personal level, and you'll know that with the friendship that we've got as well. I really like to go on a personal level with my clients because I think that's really important. So yeah, outside of business context and unit economics and landing pages, just understanding them as a person, what's their background, why they set this business up, do they enjoy it, what their personal challenges are in their life. Because all of those things, it does tie in to the business itself and how they run that business and how they deliver. A lot of my clients as well, especially the legacy ones, I've met all of them in person, often traveling up and down the country. And some of them I've just met once, but I think that one meeting has sort of solidified that relationship for years and years. So yeah, I'd say just taking it on a really personal level, really just understanding them as a human and it not feeling transactional. I think that's important, and that'll help your churn as well.
Nice. And then outside, like in terms of actual work for your clients, what do you get involved with on the business level in terms of what types of things do you talk to your clients about? Like, I know you're big on unit economics, those types of things, but yeah, just anything.
Of course. So all the unit economic stuff. Obviously understanding the business itself, what's worked for them, what their pain points are, trends as well. A lot of these businesses have been time running for decades in some instances. So just understanding the evolution of their business, seasonal trends, and yeah, just all of that sort of stuff that sits outside of the Google Ads account. I mean, I can sit here and talk about like what keywords we're going to do and what messaging they need and this and that. But yeah, just really understanding the context behind their business, and just what's made them tick, what hasn't worked, that sort of stuff. And yeah, just trying to frame all that together and trying to then execute that into the actual ad account.
I saw a question, and guys, if you have any questions for Ramial, just drop them in the chat. I'll bring them up the screen. Did Ramial mention which tool / stack he used to build his OS? So is it just Cloud Code inside of Cursor, what you're doing?
Yeah, Cursor integrated with Cloud Code.
And that's it, right? Apart from, PPC OS, Mike Rhodes Brain system, but
Windows PowerShell as well.
Right.
So that's just for the command terminal. But yeah, apart from that, that's it really. And then I'll just let the AI guide me.
Yeah. What does it cost you per month to keep this OS running in tokens or tokens? Lord knows how many.
So I've actually set my system up in a way that it uses my cloud subscription tokens. It is a little bit slower as opposed to if you did it through Cloud Console, where you pay for every X so many tokens. It gets very expensive. So I'm just on the €200 a month package, I think, or £200 a month,
same.
Which gives me quite a lot of usage actually. So I hardly ever max out, in all honesty. And then Cursor, I think, is just a small subscription as well. 20, I don't know how much it is. It's 20.
I'm on the free plan. I haven't even used. I used to be on the paid, but you don't even need it. Yeah, I switched back.
Really?
Literally don't need it.
Okay.
You just probably donating a little bit of money to Cursor.
I'm gonna look into that. But yeah, approx 200 to 250 a month just to run all this.
Yeah, exactly. Like the 200,
which
per
is
month
worth it, right?
Oh man, so worth it. I see sometimes people, they're on the 20 or 100 euros per month, and then they hit the limit and then they wait. But I'm just like, no, just upgrade to the 200. It's almost like unlimited, unless you're doing, like you said, landing pages for all 50 clients at once. Okay, you're probably gonna hit the ceiling there. But
yeah. No, it's worth it. I mean, 250 is just one landing page anyway, or even more. So yeah, totally worth it.
Yeah. Do you see any pitfalls to using AI or the times when you've used it when maybe output wasn't as good, or when you don't get instances when you don't trust AI or something like that?
Yeah, so two things. Number one is context. Sometimes I do feel like it needs to be fed a lot of context, which is fair enough, right? It's an AI. It lives off data. But sometimes I'm pulling my hair, because even when I'm giving the context, it'll work today, but then when I come back a week later with a similar request, it sort of feels like it's forgotten that context, and it just starts to sort of spit out whatever. I think that's one of my challenges, and I think memory as well, which sort of fits into that same point. Not really memorizing, and I have memory files and all of that. But yeah, just perhaps ignoring it, or perhaps me specifically having to say to it, refer to memory file, or this line in the memory file says XYZ. Please refer to this when doing the prompt. So I guess it's a lot of hand-holding and a lot of extra prompts to make sure that it actually looks at everything. So yeah, that's the biggest challenge. And I think, I've just got to do the extra hand-holding now to get the result that I want. And it was like that when I was doing some reports, right? Beginning of this month, I ran the prompt to do all the reports, and it produced like, I don't know, it was 2 bullet points per client. And I was like, yeah, well, this looks okay. It's probably not enough. Whereas last month it did it perfect. So then it was just sort of a bit of back and forth. With that said, still so much quicker than if I did it.
All right. I'm lagging a little bit, but I think it might be me.
Yeah.
I think it might be me. I'm gonna switch to my hotspot. Give me 20
Okay.
seconds.
No problem. No problem.
Okay. I think I'm back.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Hi. Yeah, I can
Okay,
hear
good.
you.
It's a little bit choppy on my end, but I think it's fixed now. But I could hear what you said. Sorry about that, guys. All right. Another question from the Fish and Burger Agency. Ramial, how do you deal with explaining the use of AI to clients? I tend to get some pushback sometimes. Do you explain it to them at all, or is it just you use it and they don't even know?
For the landing page stuff, yes, because there's no way I could have created a landing page that quick whilst being on a call.
Yeah.
I think with the reporting as well, it's pretty obvious, but I'm not ashamed of that. Like, I don't explicitly go out to clients and say, oh yeah, by the way, I'm using AI in my workflow. But if that conversation does come up, which it does, I own it, because as far as I'm concerned, the whole world is going towards AI. AI is associated with better output if used properly. And if I'm on top of that and I'm doing those things and my clients can benefit from it, and that can only be a good thing, right? So yeah, what I would say, don't shy away from it, own it. And if you truly believe you have that expertise, put that forward, because we are perhaps in the early AI phase, you could still say, but eventually it's going to be ubiquitous, it's going to be everywhere, and clients will actually be looking for people that use AI at some point. So yeah,
True.
just own it, be proud of it. And
For sure, and also probably just really understand the potential objections they have, which is probably going to be around security, data safety. Otherwise than that, I don't really see too many of the objections, unless they don't really understand AI as a concept. But then it would just be pushing back, asking questions, and then reassuring them that it's completely safe, you're processing data safely, and then also mention that you wouldn't have someone work on construction on your house and say like, oh, you can't use those tools, but you can only use those tools. It doesn't really make sense.
And I don't let the AI push changes into my accounts. It can only read and write, but not publish. So if it did make a mistake, 100% of the time there is human oversight in anything the AI does for me, whether that's a report or a change or a strategy or an email. There will always be human oversight before that's delivered to the client. So that's how I'd handled that objection.
Yeah. It's actually Reilu, okay, who was asking the question. In a general question, did anyone replace Looker Studio other reporting tools with live dashboards? And I can ask you this, Ramial, because the tool that you just showed is basically also your own live dashboard. Is that just what you're looking at now for all your data points? Just that tool that you have built for yourself?
I still have a Data Studio dashboard for every client, because I really like the ones in the PPC Hub, the templates you guys provide with the big 15 pages.
Right.
So I still use those, and I include those in my reports. But then what you see in the dashboard is all from the Google Ads API. But yeah, I like those dashboards. I don't think I'll move away from them personally. And I think clients like them too, because it sort of gives them all their account data just in one interface.
Yeah.
So a bit of both.
Yeah. Cool. Anyone else got a question for Ramial? Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, good question. Nikolai, are you actually executing on Google accounts by yourself, or letting AI perform those actions? So do you have only read writes for your agents, or also write? Can they make changes?
No, No, I don't allow it to make changes, not yet.
Mm.
So everything is mostly just analysis and output. So if it does the SQL, like I said, it'll put it into an Excel doc for me. If it writing reports, it's going to do it as email drafts. I still want my human oversight over everything that I do. I think the furthest I would personally take it is let it make changes, but not publish them. So as in build me all these campaigns and all the copy, and it does it, and then I still want to have that oversight, even if that just takes 5 minutes just to look over it, because I can make mistakes, right? And I think this is just where we've got to be a bit more cautious.
Fair enough. Do you get like CSV files that you can then import into the Google Ads editor?
Exactly. Yeah. So that's an option. And again, that's still my human oversight. But yeah, I try and find a balance here, just for security as well.
Yeah, everyone has different needs in that regard, and different wishes, different desires. And I think the more and more you use it and you get familiar and trusted with it, then I think more and more people are going to be like, fuck it, you can just do it for me. I see the same now with Claude Code when I'm using Claude. In the beginning, I was super cautious, and then you're accepting every bash command and trying to read what does it say. And now I'm just like, Claude, dangerously skip permissions on almost every chat, and then it's just like, okay, just do it, whatever.
And you can always start with certain tasks. So it might be you start with publishing SQRs, and once you've done that 20 times and it's done it properly, then you might do more structural changes. So yeah, phase it in. It's on the list. It's definitely part of the plan, but not yet.
Cool, man. So Ramial, for people who are maybe a few steps behind you, and they're not as involved with AI and Cloud Code and agents, etc., not yet as much as you are, what would you advise to them?
I was there not that long ago, to be honest. I've only been setting this up for, I'd say, this year. I would say just go for it. It's daunting for sure, and I was scared at first as well, because it's new tools, it's new technologies, and when you see all those lines of code, it does look a bit like it just goes over your head, right? But I just say just get stuck in. Honestly, just get stuck in. If you haven't already, download Cursor today, integrate it with Cloud Code, put in some prompts, and I promise you will not regret it. And yeah, if you don't already have PPC OS, great place to start as well.
Yeah, I think Cloud Code is a great place to get stuck in the rabbit hole and just allow yourself some time to, maybe just if you have some time in the summer, I don't know, like you have a couple nights or in the weekend, you can lock yourself up for an entire day. It doesn't really take too much time to get familiarized with the basics that you need to know. But it's nice if you have a little bit more time at once, so you can just go into the rabbit hole and start just experimenting and building, maybe starting with like a V0 of a mini dashboard that just visualizes data for you. Or I think once you get it to do one, something simple. Once you get it to do one thing for you, you're like, ooh, I got it to do this. Maybe I can do that. And then you
can do it.
You can everything. You can do anything.
I say just go for it. That is the easiest way, really.
Cool. So Ramial, thank you so much. Where can people find you?
Best place would be LinkedIn. Just search for my name, Ramial Aqeel, and the PPC Hub. I'm fairly active on both.
Do you have any speaking gigs coming up, or is it already done for this year?
I have Performance Manchester
right
at the end of this.
When is that? Soon, right?
Soon. 24 June, I think.
Oh, nice. If you guys want to see and meet Ramial in person, then get your tickets for Performance Manchester. Oh, that's what MCR is. Manchester, of course. Duh.
Performance MCR,
yeah. Because you spoke at where did you speak this year?
I spoke at Hero Conference, Brighton SEO, and I did another conference in Aarhus, Denmark prior to that. That was by an agency called S360. and then
Huh.
PMCR later this month to wrap it up, I think.
Nice. That's a small budget focus as well.
Yeah, so this year's theme has been around sort of my mental model around how I manage budget constrained environments.
Budget constrained environments. Nice. Cool. That's awesome, man. So Ramial, thank you so much. As always, pleasure talking to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, keep it up. And for anyone who wants to connect with Ramial, find him on LinkedIn. He's actively sharing his thoughts there. And yeah, I hope you all enjoyed this. This is the end. Then, unless there's any more questions, guys, this is the end of the day. I really enjoyed the morning session, and I really enjoyed these chats with my friends Luis and Ramial. Hope that inspired you to really get started with AI agents in general. And yeah, for those of you who want that shortcut, feel free to join the PPC Hub and get PPC OS. But it's like a so exciting rabbit hole to get stuck in, to get lost in. And yeah, as you saw with Ramial and Luis, they're both using it similarly, but also in different ways. Yeah, it just gives you a lot of new opportunities that may not have been available to us before. So thanks everyone in the PPC Hub. We'll see you there. The rest of the month is going to be all about AI month. So I'm going to be doing roundtables and more. Also another one with Ramial. I think that's that's in 2 weeks. And yeah, enjoy the rest of your day, guys. Ramial, cheers, mate. And I'll see you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Take care. Bye-bye.
See you. All right. Thank you, Thijs. Welcome to the PPC Hub. Thank you, Suzanne. I'm going to talk to you as well in 2 weeks or so. Thanks, Michael. Thanks, Relu. Thank you, Kenza. Thanks all for joining and sticking out to the end. Great attendance today. At the peak, I think around 500. I think we have 135 people here now. Awesome stuff. Enjoy your day, guys. Good luck with everything. Good luck building out your agents, your systems, your operating system. Mitja, Geert, legends. Jan, thank you. And I'm going to do more of this. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Subscribe on our YouTube channel, guys. We're going to do more of these types of live sort of hybrid sessions, because that's how I enjoy creating content the most. So there's coming way more to this YouTube channel coming soon. Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Carolina. Mitja, Hala Madrid, eh? Hala Madrid. Thanks, guys. Enjoy your day, and I'll see you around.